All right, guys, we're back after that little delay due to a little bit of weather. But we're back into qualifying number 2 for the Western Weekender. Junior Dragsters here at round 5, the Speed Adict Clothing Company, New South Wales State Championship Series. Now, we had a little bit of an issue with the live feed. We do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, but we're not too far away from getting back into it. As we've got Jaden Curry down in the aeroflow lane. Of course, our number 2 qualifier so far with an 8.03 with an 8. There was a great pass from Jaden. And Claire Little, our number 4 qualifier, who went 8.06 with a 5. As Steve said earlier, plenty of 8.0s in the first round of qualifying. And now they've had time to get down the track, have a little bit of a fiddle with the tune. Claire Little goes .093 red and runs on through with an 8.11 with the 6, and Jaden Curry goes 8.06 with a 2, 79 miles an hour. Well, if you think your V8 Commodore's quick, not quite, guys. These little pocket rockets, especially the A-Class JDs, they are super quick over the 8th mile, and it's great to see them here at round 5 of the Speed Adict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series, and most importantly, the class sponsored by the Western Weekender, who are doing a fantastic job of covering not just what happens in Western City, but also what happens with the Junior Dragster class here at Sydney Dragway. Now we've got Elias Marta in the aeroflow lane in his A Civil Junior Dragster, currently sitting at number 7 in the qualifying order. And in beside him, Max Perry from Narrabeen in the top form concrete Marco Steel. A-Class JD, currently our number 3 qualifier with an 8.05 for the 1 as we welcome the Bushman.
I'm back, Stu.
Back to the microphone.
I'm back, sorry, I just had to do
No, you're all
stop, mate.
You're all good, mate.
To see racing back on track here at Sydney Dragway. It's the qualifying session number 2 for Junior Dragster. And, Elias Matter leads the line with a 3.11 reaction time. Max Perry with an 0.94. Perry will get there first. 8.06. 81 mile an hour. Backs up his 8.05 from earlier. And Elias Matter there. 10.01 with the 3. Only 49 mile an hour through the finish line.
It looks like something has come off one of the cars there. Our track walker just picking up what looks like part of the belt. Might be wrong. Or something that's come off the car. All right, Chloe Ryko from Albion Park in her Junior Dragster, currently sitting at number 17 in the qualifying order. Went a little bit too quick, 7.92 with the 5. Of course, they are allowed to run into the high 790s in racing, but for qualifying, they're only allowed to go as quick as an 8 flat. And Joshua Burtonshaw in the D&J haulage. Scorpion Racewear, MacArthur Signs and Graphics Junior Dragster. He's currently our number 14 qualifier with a 12.41. Had a little bit of an issue in the first round of qualifying.
006 on the tree there for Burtonshaw. Nicely. Rakio right beside him though. And 8.03 with a 9 for Burtonshaw. That's a much better, a lot closer to what he would like to be running. And an 8.06 there for Rakio.
Yeah, good stuff there from Chloe. That will vault her right up the qualifying order. Of course, this is dial your own racing, but at the same time, guys, when it comes to qualifying, and no matter really what class you're in, you do want to try and qualify in the first half of the field. As we see Charlotte Leafton come out now, the Speedflow products, Imprint Industries, Ice Slushy, Bliss Candles, and Claire Bear Swim School. Sponsored Dragster, currently sitting at number 7 in the qualifying order, and in beside her is Johnny Lucci from Menangle, the Lucci Civil Junior Dragster. Just needs to put down a representative pass. He can go as quick as a 12 flat because he's in the C class.
Waiting on lifting to move into full stage now. Oh 05, 036 reaction time. Very good lights from both races. Lifting out in front, runs on through for an 819 with a 819 with a 2, beg your pardon, 79 mile an hour, and an 1183 with a 653 mile an hour there for
Well, Harry Ryko out there now in his junior dragster in the rocket lane, and in beside him, Zane Condello, the birthday boy from Barrack Heights, currently sitting at number 14 in the qualifying order with a 9.87. Well, it looks like a bit of an issue there for the Aeroflow lane. So Harry Ryko has been given the solo signal. Well, Harry Ryko, 0.019 on the tree, 1.79 in the 60. And he runs on through with an 8.06 with the 9. So it is tight at the top of the Western Weekender junior dragster field at this point in time. And we've got the red lights which are flashing again. So we've just got a little bit of a hold up in racing for the time being. So if you're just at home or work and you're watching live stream, guys, we've just got a little bit of the wet stuff, which has reared its ugly head. So we've just got a little bit of downtime. So while we've got a bit of downtime, guys, what we might do is throw up to the big screen or for the live stream and get a few words from some of our sponsors. You are here at round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series from Sydney.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a silver Holden Commodore wagon that's blocking a pit area in the pits. If you drive a silver Holden Commodore wagon with the registration C for Charlie, X for X-ray, Q for Quit, 24P for Peter. That's CXQ24P. Could you please return to your car and move it? The racers pit that you're blocking, I believe, are now working beside the pit because they can't get into it. So if you drive a silver Holden Commodore wagon with the number plate CXQ24P, could you please return to your car and move it out of the pit access for that racer? Thank you.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full line. Quality and reliability is everything. Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, sport, street race.
It's aimed to send performance parts. Designed here in Australia, proving the whole business since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to below 2,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow. That's why we use Aeroflow. Aeroflow's got something for you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back underway with round number 2 of qualifying here for the Western Weekender. Round number 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company Track Championship Series. Alex Rottenberry in the Aeroflow lane taking on Georgia Leifting. Georgia in the Rocket lane running for Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, McGrath's Meats, Ice Slushies and Aqua Bliss Candles, along with Claire Bear Swim School. It's fantastic to see all those sponsors on board the Leifting Dragster. There's only one more spot left, and Rottenberry running for Hunter Race Engines and Quinto Ag Supplies. Rottenberry dropped into deep stage there, which means he dropped that top white light out. Cars pretty much side by side. And a 8.71 with a 6 for Rottenberry takes it 75.9 mile an hour. And a 9.14 with a 9 at 71 mile an hour there for Leifting in the Rocket lane. Next up we have Jeffrey McNiff taking on himself. He's on a solo, running for St Mary's Engines. He went 7.97 with a 7 in his first round. He's looking for an 8 flat here. 0.53 on the tree. Sub 1.8 seconds to the 60 and an 8.09 with a 0. 8.09 with a 0, 81 mile an hour there for McNiff. And I think that concludes the second round of qualifying for Junior Dragster here this weekend. And it looks like we've got the Street Fighter class coming out under the tower right now. So once we finish packing up the junior safety equipment at the bottom end of the racetrack, we'll get underway with the second round of qualifying for Street Fighter. As Stu mentioned a little bit earlier this morning, we've got the next Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night. So next Wednesday night, the theme night will be a four-wheel drive night. So if you own a four-wheel drive and you want to come out here and see what it'll do on the quarter mile, amongst it's one of our most popular theme nights that we have here at Sydney Dragway, you will get a reduced entry fee for coming in your four-wheel drive. Of course, if you don't have a four-wheel drive, still come along. You'll have a fantastic night. And of course, if we get enough entries on the night, which I'm sure we will, there is a reaction time bonus. So the top 3 reaction times that are done by the racers will earn a little bit of a prize money pool, and usually a very good evening had. Of course, midweek Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway. The next theme night will be the four-wheel drive night, and that of course leads us into the Sydney four-wheel drive show here at Sydney Dragway. Looks like we're back underway with Street Fighter, and we've got Jack Matasevic and Ben Roberts to do battle. And Matasevic in the Barra-powered Falcon, of course, in the, or they're both Barra, oh, sorry, should read the details. Ben Roberts is an XR8, the 5.7 litre. And Matasevic with the 4 litre 6 on board. Pretty much side by side here. And a 1466 with a 195 mile an hour for Ben Roberts to a 1446 with an 8 there for Jack Matasevic. Next up we have Dennis Stadelmeyer running for Greyhound Rescue from Mount Hunter in the Honda Jazz, taking on Daniel McCaskill. McCaskill in the Falcon. The Falcon out in front right now. And I'd say we'll stay that way through the finish line. Runs a 1484 with an 8. 94 mile an hour through the finish line. And Stadelmeyer in the Honda 1660. Next up we have Wayne Smith and Grant Law. Law running for Murray Bateman Alpacas in the Toyota Echo. Sorry, the RAV4, beg your pardon. Wayne Smith in the HSV Club Sport. He's left with a 009 light on the tree. Gets there first, 1340, 103 mile an hour through the finish line. And Grant Law, a 21.91 there. So a fair difference to the first round of qualifying for the RAV4. Next up, Michael Bennett in the LC Tirana, taking on Glenn Garlick in the Holden Commodore. .077 on the tree for the Tirana, out in front at the moment, and takes the win. Runs a 13.04, 75 mile an hour through the finish line. Glenn Garlick a 13.32 with a 5, 79 mile an hour in the Commodore. Next up we have Lachlan McCaskill and Brett O'Connor. O'Connor in the Holden Colorado leaves with an 039 light. McCaskill out in front though. McCaskill takes it 15.13 with a 4.90 mile an hour through the finish line, and O'Connor there a 16.46 with a 2. Next up, Alan Stevenson in the HQ Ute, doing battle with Nicholas Bennett in the Holden Gemini with the 202 on board. Tell you what, these two pretty much side by side. And Stevenson gets there with a 12.82 with a 0, 103 mile an hour to a 13.28 there for Bennett in the Gemini. Dave Trevathan in the AU Falcon, taking on Don Zammett in the VT Wagon. Zammett running for DHL, Trevathan for the Welsh Family Racing. Falcon with a slightly better reaction time there. But Zammett with the performance advantage will take the win here. 12.96 with a 6.108 mile an hour through the finish line to a 14.96, 92 mile an hour for Trevathan in the AU. Next up, we have a class change. We're moving into street bike. On track now, we've got Robert Gilb taking on Angela Hunt. Gilb on the Suzuki in the aeroflow lane, taking on Hunt on the GSX-R 1000. 169 on the tree for Angela to a 004 red for Gilb. Gilb will take it 11.16 with an 8, 125 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.05, 139 for Angela Hunt. Stefan Stefala in the aerosol lane, taking on Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield. The Enfield only 600 cc's. Stefan on the Harley Davidson Night Rod. Stefan's bike moved around a little bit on the first pass, on the hit of the throttle. Left nicely this time, although with a red light, 024 red, that doesn't matter. He's looking for the ET, wants it to be somewhere around the 10.40 mark, 133 mile an hour. And Tristan Anderson, a 14.13, 93 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Phil Gardner from Gugong on the Yamaha Triple, 900 cc's on board for him, taking on Colin Northcott. Northcott on the Ducati. Northcott out in front will take the win here, goes through for a 10.32, 134 mile an hour through the finish line. 16 cars qualified so far in Super Street. And on track now we have Adam Bowers in the Holden taking on Barry Willis in the Ford Mustang. .008 on the tree there for Bowers. Nice reaction time, but Willis will take it. A 10.92 with a 9, 125 mile an hour. To a 12.27 at 115 for Bowers in the Commodore. Dale Brown running for On-Site Rental Group in the Hemi Chrysler 300 SRT, taking on Guy Greenland in the VX Bellina with the LSA on board. Just touching the limiter there on one of the shifts and runs on through for a 10.74, 130 mile an hour in that big Commodore wagon to a 13.37 with a 2 at 111 mile an hour for the SRT. Next up, Alicia Teal takes on Bruce Ritchie. Teal in the HQ, 383 cubes of Chev on board for her. Looking for her first 10-second pass in this car, went 11.07 earlier this morning. Ritchie with the 572 cube big block in the Chev Bel Air. 047 on the tree for Alicia. See what she can do at the other end of the racetrack. 11.03. She's getting close. 121 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.80 at 125 there for Bruce Ritchie. Next up, Craig Warren for Sydney Scrap Steel and Bill's Mechanical Power Plus Race Fuels New South Wales, taking on Michael McKenna from St Mary's Engine Services in the Chevy Nova. 540 cubes of big block Chev under the bonnet of the Nova. The Tirana 000 on the tree, the first one of the day. Nice leave too, just carried that left front. And runs on through for a 10.19 with a 7, 132 mile an hour. Backs up his 10.19 with a 1 from earlier, so only 0.06 of a second there. And a 10.29 with a 1 for Michael McKenna in the Rocket Lane. Next up, we have Chris Greach taking on Michael Walsh. Walsh from Kingswood. Greach from Banks in the ACT, running for Perfection Automotive. Walsh running for Rosso Performance and A&W Wheels. 008 on the tree, I tell you what, the Super Street guys turning on the reaction times. There's 2 008s and a 000 also in this round alone. Walsh a 10.85 with a 7.124, but a 10.04 with a 5.136 there for Creech in that VZ Ute. Next up, Christine Norbergen in the HQ, 427 cubes of Chev on board, taking on Brett Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore. LS1, 5.7 litres on board for him. Stutchbury with a 003, that was a nice light as well. 141 on the tree for Norbergen. Looks like Norbergen is in front in the HQ. 10.72 with a 4, 125 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.97 with a 4 at 126 for Stutchbury in the Commodore. Next up, Chris Zammit and Jim Raptis. Zammit in the VT Commodore. Raptis in the Holden Tirana. Just lifting that left front there for Raptors, nice and gently. Car twisting up and putting it down. Easy, 013 on the tree, but looks like he will get there across the finish line first. 10.76 with a 2, 123 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 12.01 with a 3 for the Zammit machine. Next up we have Dave McGlynn running for Morissette Batteries and Tyres. Fowler's Family Racing taking on Peter Violaris in the Go Logistics XT Falcon. 363 cubes of Windsor on board. Now we saw Peter have a little bit of an issue at about half track in this car last time out. Hear him on the track mics giving that gearbox what for. Again, doesn't quite look as fast as he'd like it to be. 10.54 with a 5, 126 mile an hour there for Dave McGlynn, and again some issues for the Falcon. Next up, Tim Ritzrow and Richard Matasevic. Ritzrow in the VXSS Commodore. LS1 on board for him, taking on the XY Ute. Richard Matasevic. 042 on the tree for Matasevic. Out in front, 10.60, 125. To an 11.62 with a 6 at 117 for Ritzrow. Next up, Henry Spikak takes on David Matasevic. Spikak in the Holden Commodore Ute. 6.3 litres of Chev on board for him. Matasevic, little 302 Windsor in the Cortina, running for DCM Consulting. Spikak with a big red light, 2.67. Matasevic in the Cortina has already driven around him by half track. Car motoring well at the bottom end of the racetrack, 10.63 with a 5. 127 through the finish line. And Spikak at 12.03 at 117. Next up, Anthony Gadolari in the HQ Ute takes on Philip Armstrong in the Holden Commodore. Armstrong running for Keystone Acoustic Panelling. Welcome back to the microphone, Stewie White.
Thank you very much, Steve. I just devoured.
I was going to say, we'll wait for the indigestion in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, I just devoured one of those gas-fired pizzas, meat lovers. I tell you what, if you're here at the track, guys, make sure you go up and get yourself a pizza before they all sell out, because they are sensational. Big thank you to Troy and the team. Great supporters of motorsport, and yeah, best pizzas, all freshly made. As Anthony goes on through with a 10.74 to an 11.01 for Phil Armstrong. Mr. Burnout as Tex Griffiths comes out now in the Plymouth Satellite all the way from Finch's Forest. heading towards the northern beaches of Sydney. He's got 505 cubes of Mopar power. If Les was here, he'd be frothing at the mouth right now. He'd be loving it. Great lot of qualifying there too from the Street Bike Brigade. 0.023 on the tree for Tex. And nice and straight down the Aeroflow lane. And Ron's on through with a 10:31 at 1:29. So a few of them creeping up on their ETs, which is good to see. Of course, it is qualifying at number 2 that we're in at the moment. If you just joined us on the live stream, guys, welcome wherever you're watching from around Australia.
Or the globe, it should be as well. We seem to get a lot of overseas viewers on the live stream too, so it's fantastic that everybody can get involved, have a chat, and keep the chats friendly and jovial, and of course everybody will be happy. Moving into modified bike, of course, brought to us by bikereview.com.au.
Yeah, Mark Davies out there on the Jexer 1000 in the Rocket Lane. Obviously a Suzuki man through and through. No particulars on this bike, unfortunately, at the moment, down here in the Aeroflow lane. Mark Davies, well, he left before the third amber. Went 1.61 in the 60 on board the Jexer. And runs on through with a 9.84 with a 9 to a 9.82 at 140 miles per hour. That's getting up there.
Certainly motoring at the bottom end of the racetrack. Next up we have Jared Healy on the Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Lorenzo Capogna on the Harley-Davidson V-Rod.
Yeah, running for Powerhouse Cycles. Always a great sounding bike, that V-Rod of Lorenzo's. If you're down on the start line or you're here at the track, it definitely gives you eardrums a bit of a massage.
What's that?
Probably my own. Yeah, I was going to say it's probably my own fault for not wearing earplugs.
097 on the tree for Capogna. Healy moving over towards the wall now, towards the centre line. 901 with a 4, 140 mile an hour for Capogna through the finish line. To a 923 with a 7 at 152 for Healy in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, Adrian Watson on the Yamaha R6, taking on Mike Lawson from DY. Lawson on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, Mike Lawson, one of our regular racers here at Sydney Dragway. He's another guy that pretty much comes in, week out. Absolutely loves his motorcycle drag racing. And on his A-Class modified bike, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1340 cc's, up against the R6. But don't worry about the cc's, because this is dial your own racing. So it all comes down to the reaction time. And Adrian, 0.053 on the tree, and runs on through with 11.45. Mike Lawson with a 10.22. As we've got a pair of bar bikes down there now. That's Santina Keith in the Aeroflow lane on board the Revelry Cycles and AGV helmets. Royal Enfield GT, 865 cubes on board for her, CCs. And Albie Davison on board the Suzuki S1000S.
Did he have the wheelie bars on the first round?
Yeah.
He did, okay. All right. 1091 with an 8, 115 for Santina there, to a 1069 with a 6 at 122 for Davidson in the Rocket Lane.
All right, Bobby Joe Simmons running for Azapati Racing. And in beside her is Dale Williams in the Rocket Lane on board the Yamaha R1. So the Yamaha here this weekend, going to try and take out some of these Suzukis. Always a bit of fun when you hear the banter between riders of different mates.
It's no different between the four-wheel versions, right, is it? There's still that rivalry. So a 966 with a 5, 965 with a 2, sorry, 152 for Bobby Joe. And the time there for Williams, unfortunately, 9:38. Thanks, Stu. Pete Strudwick on the Harley-Davidson V-Rod, taking on Ron Adams for Ron Cut Building Supplies. Adams in the Rocket Lane. Strudwick in the Aeroflow. Oh, Adam's getting all crossed up.
Both riders.
Yeah, well, they both went opposite directions, didn't they? Strudwick went towards the left to the wall, and Adams, he went to the right towards the wall.
Yeah.
Strudwick still managed to 985 with a 6:132.
Yeah, that certainly would have grabbed their attention.
I reckon.
Not exactly, wouldn't be a normal person's cup of tea. Christopher Hocking, the smart-looking Sheds Australia Aprilia. Even though it doesn't look like an Aprilia, it may be, I don't know. And Sean Ricketts down there from Castle Hill on board his Kawasaki ZX12R. Actually, one guy I'm surprised not here this weekend, Joe Curry.
No, he's not. He's normally here every weekend.
Yeah.
He gets the opportunity to.
Now, Sean Ricketts, Steve, is pulling over to the right-hand wall. So whether he's had a bit of an issue with the gear change?
Not 100% sure there, but Hocking went through for 10.27, 149 mile an hour run in the airflow lane. Just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on a car or bike and you have a problem, as soon as it's safe to do so, pull over towards the wall. Perhaps even stop if you're near an official, let them jump over, they'll have a look, see if you're dropping any fluid or debris or parts or whatever it might be. And if you all good, we'll wave you on through and you can exit the racetrack. If you are dropping something, we'll stop you and therefore limit the cleanup.
Oh, we've got our last bike coming out for qualifying number 2 for the bikereview.com.au modified bike class. Coming up next, we've got Extreme Bike. Now, they usually say that top fuel motorcycle riders are a little bit crazy in the head. And look, maybe they are. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
There is no maybe.
If you're a top fuel motorcycle rider and you're watching the live stream, guys, I'm taking nothing away from your class because you've got to be a little bit wacky to throw a leg over. Having said that, you've got Extreme Bike out now, and these bikes run into the 6s with no wheelie bar, and they're on a radial style tyre. Now, it's Leonard as a party on board his Suzuki Hayabusa, and in beside him, well, he's swapped his 3,500 horsepower top door slammer or pro slammer for a Suzuki Hayabusa. That's Jeff Gratton, the Sigra rolling stock components Hayabusa.
Oh, a little bit of tyre shake there for Leonard. The top of first gear. Hunkered down now, runs through 7:31 with a 0, 207 mile an hour. We have seen that machine into the 680s at 215 odd mile an hour, but a 973 there, 126 mile an hour there for Jeff Gratton in the rocket lane. Next up, we're going to have Diana as a party taking on an unknown rider.
Yeah, Diana as a party on the bike they affectionately call Quicksilver. Now, also, we must mention too that Diana's actually got a new extreme bike in the build.
Okay.
Which we'll probably see either towards the end of this year or early next year. We'll see that bike out. But Diana running more the street style of extreme bike. It runs on through with a 998 with a 1 to a 9.55 with a 7. Well, I said I hadn't seen Joe Curry. Well, Joe Curry's coming out now on his A-Class modified bike. Of course, the Harley-Davidson Destroyer. And in beside him is Brendan Miglianico on board the Rams Head Services Jexa 1000. These guys must be running in the extreme bike class. Joe normally runs in modified bike, so it's a bit of a change for him.
Joe getting a little bit loose on the start line, turning that tyre, and it's interesting. There's Capogna was the only one of the Destroyer or the V-Rod style bike that got down the racetrack. Brendan Bigley and Eco there, a 721 with an 199 mile an hour. I'm not sure if he's done 200 yet, but 199 mile an hour.
We're getting into Super Sedan, and the man they're trying to catch is Pete Hamilton. We're just waiting for this bike in the rocket lane just to get down through the braking area and safely around the corner before we send Pat Furiolo and Nathan Watt down the track. That bike is just about around the corner, so we'll bring these two into stage.
They were the first pairing out last time, I think.
I think they might have been. Nathan Watt currently qualifying in number 8 with a 9.18, and Pat Furiolo currently sitting at number 19 with a 10.04 with a 7.
009 on the tree red for Watt, but an 019 green for Friolo. The Commodore out in front, runs through for a 9.23 with a 3. 146 mile an hour through the finish line. Friolo in the 1-tonner, 10.07 at 131 through the finish line.
It was a little bit of a wiggle, Steve, at about 30 foot out of the Commodore. Pete Hamilton out now in the Profection Automotive VY Ute, co-sponsored by Penrite Oil. And in beside him, Cameron Pease in what's becoming a bit of a cult hero now here at Sydney Dragway, the little Toyota Corolla.
Yeah, did an awesome run on the first run. Lifted that left front, twisted it right up, ran through for a 9.2. Let's see if he can repeat. Hamilton away with both wheels in the air. Again, the little Corolla twisting, but not quite as much. 1.28 to the 60, so it's certainly leaving pretty hard. Hamilton through with an 8.60, 154, and a 9.14 with a 5, 145. So a little Corolla dropping about 6 hundredths of a second there, getting quicker.
Yeah, good conditions out there for the turbo cars. All right, Niall Mitchell out now, the Wicked Customs and Restos Gemini, taking on George Barulis in his Toyota Corolla.
Barulis unfortunately just rolled through the beams when he went to come up on the trans brake.
Niall running on through with a 10.62 with a 2. He was currently sitting at number 21 qualified with 11.20, so that's a big step up in performance from Niall.
And unfortunately no time recorded there for the Corolla. Next up, Tom Campbell taking on Brett McNiff. McNiff running for St Mary's engines out in the VG Valiant. 426 cubic inches of Chrysler on board. It's not a Hemi. It's the I suppose a wedge silage. 406 cubes of Chevy on board the VL. McNiff tapes at 912 with a 4. 133 to a 982 with a 9 at 136.
All right, Luke Palumbo out now in the nitrous assisted Holden HX. 400 cubes of Chev on board for him. Currently sitting at number 19 with a 999 with a 4. And in beside him, Ross, the boss Bilby, in his Ford Cortina, currently sitting at number 16 with a 9.67 with a 1.
068 on the tree for Palumbo to an 040 for Bilby. Palumbo out in front in the 1-tonner, 916 with a 0, 146 mile an hour through the finish line to a 972, 138 for the Cortina.
Yeah, Ross does plenty of racing here at Sydney Dragway.
He
is a regular at our Aeroflow Race for Real events that we run every Wednesday night here at Sydney Dragway. W. Rob coming out now from Tamworth in Multi-Quip XB Coupe. Had a little bit of an issue in the first round of qualifying, so she's yet to put down a time. Lisa Sargent in beside her. The Sargent's roofing over. Currently sitting at number 4 qualifier with an 8.91 with the 9. Goes an 8.66 with a 3 to a 9.09 for Debbie Robb. Debbie Robb jumps into number 6 qualifier with that pass, and Lisa Sargent goes into number 4 still.
Yeah, nice pass from the Nova. A little bit, I think, just the start line procedure. She was unnerved a little bit. Rob not coming into full stages as she expected. But all good now. Next up we have Jason Field in the Aeroflow lane taking on Sean Marr for St Mary's engines in the HB Tirana. He's in the rocket lane, of course. 414 cubes of Chev on board this very tough HB Tirana. The Ford Telstar for perfect roofing. I can't quite say it the same as Matt Cav, but yeah. Ford 427 on board the Ford Telstar. Jason Field, another long-time racer in Super Sedan.
Oh, sure, Mark, 0.019 on the tree, but power of that Telstar, Steve.
It's coming around him at the bottom end of the racetrack. 8.62 with a 7.1, 60 mile an hour for Jason Field to a 9.212, 145 there for Sean Mark.
All right, Naomi Dyson currently sitting at number 14 in the qualifying order with a 9.31. Taking on the Mighty Mouse, Nathan Cowie in the Cowie Sign Suzuki Mighty Boy. 400 cubes, small block Chev in the front of it. If you're watching on the live stream and you haven't seen this car before, you're probably thinking to yourself, how the hell do you fit 400 cube Chev in the front of a Mighty Boy? Well, it can be done.
Have angle grinder, wheel fix.
Yep.
Or a plasma cutter, whichever you decide.
Oh, Naomi Dyson, 0.083 on the tree. Nathan goes 0.069 on the tree. Not much between them towards the finishing line. And Naomi gets there. A 9.27 with a 5 to a 9.44 with a 5. That was a really good pass there for Naomi Dyson. She jumps into number 14 qualifier. Nathan goes into 15 as Leo Georges comes out now in the Escort panel van, sponsored by Rocky Lamartina and Sons, and David Gruber in the Queen Anne Engine Services LJ Tirana. Currently sitting at number 13 qualifier, Leo Georges yet put down a representative time, and once again he's left before third amber, Steve.
Eager to get away. 0.59 on the tree for Gruber, but at least the Escort will get a run this time. 8.99 with an 151 mile an hour through the finish line. So Gruber's 9.19 with a 2 at 144. Next up we have Harry Plassis in that high-stepping Ford Falcon 351 cubes of Boss power plant on board for Aerolec Proprietary Limited, taking on Jimmy Denaro. Ford Cortina for Denaro Race Chassis Western Auto Picks 1320 Web Design and AAP Performance Automatics. Denaro qualified 16th so far with a 9.45. Plassis up the order a little bit in number 5 with a 8.96. 004 on the tree for Denaro. 0.019 for Plassis. The Falcon in front, 8.96 with a 2. Backs up his 8.96 with a 4. There's 2,000ths of a second there. And a 9.46 with a 7 and 1.42 there for Denaro.
Steve, I've got to ask you a question, because you've obviously raced with junior dragster and stuff. I know it's only qualifying, but running a good reaction time, I mean, I know you've got to pick a dial in, you've got to be consistent. But as a competitor, does that play with some racers' minds when they see a good reaction time through qualifying? Or it doesn't matter too much?
As the racer or?
As the racer.
I think, you know, it certainly gives you confidence if you can cut a number of good lights in a row. It just means you've got your eye in, I guess, for the day and, and being able to focus. So, I found that if you go into the first round of racing with a lot more confidence if you feel comfortable that the car's running consistent and you're cutting a consistent light. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a 000 every time.
Yes.
As long as you're consistent on the light, then chances are you'll go through a number of rounds in eliminations. And I think also too that if other racers in your category are watching that, or their crew are, and they take note and go, oh yeah, Stewie White, he's run 3 really good reaction times and 3 runs within a hundredth of a second or something like that.
Yep.
That's certainly a bit of a mind game for somebody that comes up against you at some point during racing. So it works both ways.
Rick Webster in that Austin A40 Ute with 540 cube Chev on board. He goes to 9.54 at 142 miles per hour. All right, we are into Super Gas. And Greg South in the West End Performance and G-Force Tirana taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird. Now he's got 376 cubes of Chev power on board, but as Steve mentioned earlier, these guys have got to run to a 9.90 index, and these guys have got throttle stop, so a lot of the time with these cars, it's reaction time. Reaction time, reaction time, reaction time.
And also running as close to that 990 as possible as well. A lot of these cars can run well into the 8s. Oh, Greg South losing traction on the start line. Catanzariti, no issues for him. And he almost rolls on through for a 995, only 109 miles an hour, to Greg South's 1084 with a 9 at 114.
All right, Roy Romeo coming out now, sponsored by Burson Auto Parts at Narellan. He's out in the Roadster. And Tony Polito in the Ford Probe, running for Motorsport Parts and Services. CC Royal, Polito's Automotive Services, and Woodpecker Washers Potatoes. He's currently sitting at number 5 qualifier with a 9.73, and Roy Romeo currently sitting at number 6 with a 9.18. So these guys got a little bit of tuning to do that they had to do between this second lot of qualifying. So let's see what they've got for us. They want to try and peg it back just a bit. I know racers generally don't like pegging stuff back, but in this case, you kind of have to. Only 0.03 of a second between them in the reaction time, and a 9.56 for Roy Romeo to a 9.60 for Tony Polito. So those two cars, Steve, didn't really peg it back too much. All right, it's a battle of the Panetta brothers now. We got Vince in the Tirana and Anthony down there in the Holden Calibra.
I'm not saying stupid, I'm just saying, I've just Googled as you were doing that, Woodpecker Washers Potatoes, and nothing comes up.
Oh, really?
I'm wondering if it's a tongue twister just for us.
Probably is, but...
I might be wrong, I'm just speculating.
I was wondering what you were doing then.
Yeah, that's why I go quiet, because I can't multitask. Right? One thing at a time. Right? Vince Panetta,
That's all right, I'm the same way, mate.
051 on the tree for the Tirana, 019 for the Calibra, 937 with a 158 mile an hour for the Calibra. A little bit too fast there to a 10.14 with a 125 there for the Holden Tirana of Vince.
So that's it for Super Gas qualifying number 2. We're into Timic Hot Rod Supplies Modified, and it just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, just how tough the tuning side of things can be in a class like Super Gas. Well, we've got a battle of the front engine dragsters. We got Mark Tamswell down there in his 205 Holden powered front engine dragster in the aeroflow lane, and in beside him is George Bukareshliv in the Race Max Direct. See, I had to go this time. The Advanced Product Design, Brian Tui Racing, and MSCN sponsored front engine dragster. Now he's got a 365 cube LS motor in the front of it.
Looks like he's got a new set of tyres on board too. They look a bit bigger than what was on the car before. So I could be wrong, but I haven't seen the car for a while. But definitely a new set of tyres on the back of the dragster for Bukarešliev. Leaps the line nicely with an 0.29 reaction time. Out in front, runs on through for a 7.86 with a 6 at 171 mile an hour through the finish line. Shoots out and bring that car to a safe stop. 9.92 with a 1.31 for Tansville in the aeroflow lane.
Tell you what, a 786, that's definitely no slouch.
It's a carbureted LS in that car too, so
that's putting people on notice.
Running very well. So next up we have Jenny Petrie in the Craig's Automatics, Timmy Cotrod Supplies, St Mary's Engines, and Penrod Oil backed Topolino. Wildfire Machine taking on Fiona Crisp, GT Skips in the rear engine dragster, 434 cubes of Chevy on board the dragster. Tell you what, that St Mary's engines must be pretty busy. I've called that about 15 times, 15 different cars here today at least. BK is another one too.
Yeah.
I think he builds most of the engines for Top Sportsman. Well, it certainly seems that way anyway.
Yeah. Let's see what Fiona's got for us. He had a bit of an issue in the first round of qualifying. Well, it's got the dragster off the line, 1.13 to the 60 for Fiona. And slows down a little bit at half track, Steve. Jen Petrie goes to 8.33.
Yeah, definitely out of the throttle at around about half track. But Petrie 8.33, 1.55. Good run for the team there. And Crisp left the line well, got to the 60 well, but slowed around the 3.30. I was going to say I thought this was one of the McCaskill girls. It's Danielle McCaskill in this rear engine dragster in the aeroflow lane. Didn't have the details on the car, on the driver, on the last pass that she did. But taking on Gary Durrington from Richmond in the front engine dragster, 202 cubes of Holden on board in the rocket lane. Danielle running the 555 cubic inch big block Chev.
Gary Durrington in the little 282 6-cylinder front engine dragster. Well, big red light there from Danielle McCaskill. And she runs on through with no time recorded, unfortunately. And Gary Durrington goes to 10.24, 128. So, good stuff there from Gary. It's only a little baby motor in that car. Peter Brown, the Sims Integrated Solutions dragster. Now he's another one that had a few issues in qualifying one. Now Steve did mention that the car didn't really sound on song on its first pass.
Yeah, in the burnout it didn't seem right, but no such issues this time around. This car usually ultra reliable. Big block Chev on board, 540 cubes. Usually runs around the 7.7 mark. Let's see if he can put down a representative time. Again, he's managed a solo pass.
Well, .002 on the tree's going to help him.
Sure is. I think this class is qualified on their reaction times. So 7.74 with a 3, 1.78 through the finish line.
That's better.
Much better.
All right, Craig Davies coming out now in the front engine dragster with a 385 small block on board. And in beside him, Brendan Luke in the Affordable Mortgage Solutions and APD Carburetors Denaro dragster. He's got 402 cubes of Mopar power on board.
Waiting on Luke to move up to the staging beams. Davies is pretty much there, just got to bump in. Okay, they're in there now. The trees will count down 3 ambers. And an 054 to an 035. 3-5 for Luke, moving around a little bit at half track and through the finish line, 750 with a 7 at 180 mile an hour to an 826 with a 1 at 161 there for Craig Davies.
Yeah, Craig Davies just moved around a little bit too, just before half track. Bit of a little steering correction that we picked up here in the commentary box. Paul Lynette from Mount Warrigal in the T-Bucket altered. He's got 434 cubes of shed power on board. In beside him, Stephanie Heismans in the Great Western Auto Wreckers Bantam altered. He's got 406 cubes of shed power on board. Well, from the back, you know, it almost looks a bit like a fuel altered. It's
It does. It's certainly got a big tyre in it, doesn't it?
big tyre, big injector hat, big little wing. Big Goodyear slicks. About to be put to good use. But she's up against Paul Lynette. This is qualifying number 2 for Timmick Hot Rod Supplies Modified.
Red lights on the tree. 070 for Heisman's is the better of the 2 red, but 802 with a 0, 166 for her across the finish line, and a 747, 174 there for Paul Lynette in the T-Bucket.
All right, Adriana McCaskill coming out now, the Pro Street Towing and Transport Dragster. She's about to take on Lee Hartill Law in the Hot Rod. The little Ford Roadster, 440 cubes of Windsor power on board for Lee Hartill Law. Of course, his brother Dale does race as well. Normally races in Top Sportsman.
He does, in the Mustang. He's not here today, is he?
No. I haven't seen Jess Turner come out as yet.
No, but there's still a few cars coming through for modifieds due, so there would only be a couple of pairs left though. But she did run 690, 193 or something, I think it was, from memory.
Yes.
Hartlaw away with an 025. The Roadster moving a little bit towards the wall, but the big block Chev-powered Dragster 711 with a 6, 189 mile an hour through the finish line to a 797 with a 2 at 177 there for Hartlaw in the Roadster.
That was a very good pass there from Adriana McCaskill. All right, Alan White coming out now in the Arnox Enterprises 23 Ford T-Bucket. About to take on Gary Franks in the Kuiper Race Engines 2007 Ford Mustang. And John, if you're watching the live stream, mate, I hope you're well. So Brett White there just checking the wheelie bars on the T-Bucket. Alan White, 0.013 on the tree. Gary Franks, not too far behind him. He pulled the parachute out early though for Gary Franks and goes an 8.31 with the 9 to an 8.50 with the 6 for Alan White. So I dare say, Steve, Gary Franks still got a little bit more left in that.
Yeah, definitely the shoot was out well before the 1,000 even, so dragged it through, would have hurt his ET and definitely his speed. But on track now we have Paul Partridge in the Ford Mustang taking on Brett Sheard in the Chevy S10 pickup.
Yeah, we're in the top sportsman, but we've got a little bit of liquid coming out of Brett Sheard's car there, Steve.
Oh, damn. Very nicely presented car for Sheard. Looks like Partridge will go on a solo. It's the second round of qualifying here for top sportsman.
Well, Pardo goes 1.10 in the 60 in the Ford Mustang and a 780 flat at 175. So that BK Race Engines SVO 604 cube motor being put to good use there for Paul Partridge.
Yeah, next up we'll have Joe Catalari taking on, I
think you might be going on a solo.
I think you're correct, Stu. There's definitely no one in the lane beside him. Yep. Galari running for Exclusive Transport, the Mob Detailing and Motor Oil Store from Cecil Hills. 555 cubes of Chevy on board the VL Commodore.
Joe Gadolari bringing the VL into stage. And 0.055 on the tree, 1.23 in the 60 for Joe Gadolari. And runs on through with an 8.47 with a 5 at 161 miles per hour. All right, Mark Philp coming out now, the West Slash sponsored VP Commodore. He's got 632 cubes of big block Chev on board.
Can't say I've seen this car before, Stu, but good to have Mark on track. Came out for a run earlier this morning, but I don't think his details were in the computer. So
No, they weren't, mate.
VP Commodore, as Stewie said, 632 cubes, a big block Chev on board. The car very well equipped to run in Top Sportsman.
All right, Steve, so I dare say the Camaro that was supposed to be racing against him has had a bit of an issue. So they're towing that one away from the fire-up area. So Mark Philp goes 1.21 in the 60, 0.069 red, unfortunately, but runs on through with an 873 at 154 miles per hour. It's a bit of a shame for the Camaro there, getting towed away.
All right, one of the prettiest Top Sportsman cars is Thomas Leake in the Rocket Lane. He's in the Pontiac Grand Am, running for Bradbury Smash. And Peg's auto trim, 540 cubes, big block Chev on board for Thomas. And taking on George Matter. Matter running for A Civil, VP Race Fuels, Owls Race Glides, and Mr. Digger, 632 cubes of Chevy on board the LH Tirana. Don't think he came out for the first round of qualifying here at City Dragway for Top Sportsman. Both races just moving up to the staging lights. Leak is already in pre-stage. Matter's now in full. Just wait for Leak to bump in. Matter's actually gone deep stage, which means he bumps that top white light out. Leak out in front. Runs on through for a 7.80, 169 mile an hour through the finish line. Matter all over the shop at the finish line. Actually crossed the center line in the braking area. And brought back into the middle of his braking lane. That looked pretty close from where I was sitting. I don't know if it was that close in reality, but he definitely moved over into Leak's lane. Just goes to show that the run's not over till it's over. Joe Sabello taking on Jeff Sargent now. Sabello through the finish line. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a time recorded. And but Jeffrey Sargent will ran 8:48 with a 5 at 1:57 in that gorgeous Chevy Camaro. Next up, we have Herakles Kazantzidis taking on Josh Boscovich. Boscovich in the XA Coupe, running for Bosco Mobile Mechanical. 410 cubes of Fontana. Just killing away at our big screen operator to my left. Trying to break the chair.
Yeah, that's Benji's chair, so I reckon he's booby trapped it.
Kazantzidis in the VN Commodore, 572 cubes. Big block Chev on board for him, running for Pro Racing and West End Performance. As well as Kazmic Interiors. Oh, Boscovich wheels up, moves over towards the Christmas tree in the Falcon, now back in the center of the lane. Kazantzidis out in front, runs 8.00 with a 168 mile an hour to an 8.33 with a 9, 156. Boscovich away with an 016 light. There wasn't much in it to the 60, but Kazantzidis just making small gains at each increment down the racetrack and got to the finish line about 0.3 of a second in front of Boscovich.
I actually had my fingers crossed for Herakles, Steve, that that was going to run into the 7s. That was a great pass. All right, guys, we're getting into Boosted Outlaws, and we've got Peter Lovering in the Gulf Western Oil and Speedflow Dodge, powered by that famous Sainty Billet 3-valve motor, also sponsored by Motorsport Connections, and in beside him, Anthony Bull from Kirrawee in the Shire Automotive and Mechanical BA Falcon, and also sponsored by Shire Performance Engines and Machining. And he's currently sitting at number 2. Now, he went 10.63. They had a bit of an issue, but we know that car can go a lot quicker. Peter Lovering, as Steve mentioned last time, a lot of RPM on the start line and a lot of clutch dust. So hopefully they've got on top of that. Rattled the tyres all the way out past 60 foot. If you're watching on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is round 5 of the New South Wales Championship Series, sponsored by Speed Adict Clothing Company. And we're into qualifying number 2 of the Boosted Outlaws. And we've got the Pro Alcohol Funny Car up against the Supercharged Sedan.
Nice side-by-side burnouts from both competitors.
That's what we like to see. No matter if you're an alcohol lover or you're a Supercharged Outlaw follower, they're two very beautiful cars down on track. Two distinctively different ways of going racing.
Yes, very
with
much
Anthony,
so.
Anthony Bull, kind of more set up like the old Wild Bunch days. And then Peter Lovering in the Sainty Funny Car.
The Cara Bulls are definitely a much lumpier idle. The Sainty Funny Car is driven by Pete Lovering. A little bit smoother on the idle, but revs are way up. Oh! Big the supercharger backfire there for Lovering on the here to the throttle. And Anthony Bull runs through for an 8:48 with a 112 mile an hour.
And Anthony was off that too, Steve, just before 1,000 foot. So there's still a lot more left in that Falcon. But on the hit of the throttle from Peter Lovering, Steve, there was a big flash of flame that came out of the exhaust pipe.
Yeah, no, certainly didn't look good for the Lovering team. There's a lot of percussion in that explosion too. So the car was still running by the sound of it. But unfortunately, a team with a little bit more work to do between this run and the next. Again, definitely going after the start line.
Yeah, they are. I mean, obviously, I'd say they probably softened it down a little bit from the first qualifier. But we can see the car up on the big screen down in the braking area. And our team have got the little buggy behind it to give it a push.
All right, we'll be getting the Lovering Funny Car off the racing surface in only a few moments. And then the next car down the airflow lane will be John Willard on a solo in the little Ford Anglia, supported by Atlantic Oils, Craig's Automatics, Concept Paints, Torque Calibration Services, Flat Out Services, Peter Hinchinson Engineering, and Gillespie Hemi. Good list of sponsors on board. A lot of fume out of the right-hand side of that car on the fire up. Let's hope that clears itself. That's Brett Gillespie there, isn't it, Stu?
I believe it might
Front
be.
of the, no, not sure. Anyway, this little Anglia did run 671 with the 3, but I think the parachutes got all the timers at the other end of the racetrack, so I'm not sure if that was a representative run, but this is certainly one of the fastest Anglias in the world. It's probably a little bit more hotly contested overseas than in Australia, but more so the UK, because the Anglia is certainly an English-built car. But I am certainly a big fan.
I am too, now that I've actually had the opportunity now to be able to see the car race in the flesh. You know, I've seen a lot of race cars over the years that have had a very short wheelbase and high horsepower, i.e. Blown altereds, and some of our sport compact drivers. So, you know, to see something like this, which is a little bit different, it is a handful, but you know what? That's what makes it fun.
I think the scarier thing is with this car is that the centre of gravity is probably a little bit higher than with an altered.
Yes.
Similar sort of power to what you would see in a, you know, a supercharged Outlaws or altered. You know, a little bit less aero, although there is full body and there is you know, lips and spoilers and all sorts of stuff over the car to try and keep air out of the front end and all that sort of thing. But definitely, John, a pretty capable steerer, just wiping a bit of something off the right-hand front window. I'd say it was from the fire up. That might have been a bit of oil in the exhaust pipe, which cleared itself when in the burnout. That engine certainly shoehorned in the front of this car.
Now he's angled that car slightly towards the left-hand wall, Steve.
I don't know the car well enough to know if that's intentional or not, but
no,
we'll
I've
see.
just noticed it.
Just squats nicely on the rear suspension, straight down the centre of the lane so far. Again, moving around a little bit at the finish line, shoots out.
Yeah.
And runs on through for a 671 with a 2 at 207 miles an hour. Backs up the 671 with a 3 that he ran before. So nice pair of runs there for John Willard and the team. But that one looked really good to probably about the 1,000-foot mark and just had a little bit of a move around. But John stayed in it to run a 671 with a 2 at 207 miles an hour this time.
Well, that's it for qualifying number 2 for Boosted Outlaws, and we're about to get back into the Western Weekend Junior Dragsters for their third qualifier. Third and last round of qualifying, I believe.
Yeah, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of moments and have a couple of words from our sponsors, and we'll be back with you in a few moments. Thank you for watching on the live stream and, of course, in the audience. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
right, ladies and gentlemen, round number 3 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster qualifying. About to commence with Jaden Curry and Elias Matter. Curry in the Aeroflow lane, Matter in the Rocket lane. A number 2 qualifier versus our number 11.
I got to say, I was doing track walking yesterday for the private test day that was on just before this event, and I was down at half track, and we had a couple of these junior dragsters doing some testing yesterday, and when they fire them up, you know, I'm so used to hearing them up here in the commentary box, and if I'm standing downstairs, pretty much right next to them. But when you hear them from down there, they sound like little gunshots going off. They sound wicked.
They got a little bit of a crack to them.
Yeah. And of course, each one's got their own distinct little sound depending on how they got the exhaust set up on it and what type of motor they are running. But geez, they sound good from half track.
I think a lot of people discount them. They go, oh, they're only single cylinder, but they are pretty quick. I mean, you put one of these things against the V8 Falcon or a V8 Commodore over the 8th mile, the Commodore's not going to get anywhere near it. So 8.02 with a 80.31 mile an hour there for Curry. He's already our number 2 qualifier, and I think he has to beat an 8.08 or something like that. So he's going to stay where he is. Elias Matter there, 8.32 with a 3.79 mile an hour in the Rocket lane there. Next up, we're going to have Zach Grafalo and Alex Grafalo. These pair running each other once again. They've got some sort of deal going on between them that they challenge each other. You know, if they lose, they've got to do a chore for a week or something like that.
They probably do. Maybe there's a side bet going on. Well, you know, not that they should be betting at their age, but yeah, friendly bet.
So Zach in the A Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Alex in the Rocket lane.
See the Sainty Funny Car coming up the return road. If you just missed it, ladies and gentlemen, you've only just joined the stream. We just had boosted Outlaws, and there was a big pop that came out of the Sainty Funny Car. So I suspect they might have a little bit of work to do. We're in the qualifying number 3 for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. If you're here today and you work for the Western Weekender, welcome to round 5 of the Speed Adict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs. It is great to have you here at Sydney Dragway, or if you're watching on the live stream, thank you for your continued support of the future of our sport. As Piper Bennett from Alfred's Point, who's currently qualified at number 12 qualifier with an 8.56, taking on Charlotte Leafting, our number 9 qualifier so far with an 8.16.
Leafting away with a 0.98 reaction time. Out in front of Bennett, and an 8.15 with an 8.79 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.55. 77 mile an hour there for Bennett through the finish line.
Yeah, nice and consistent there from both races. All right, we've got Little Busher out there. That's Claire Little. Now currently sitting at number 6 qualifier with an 8.06 with a 5, and in beside her, one of the Perry gang. That's Max Perry in the Top Form Concrete Marco Steel dragster from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. Currently sitting at number 4 qualifier with an 8.05 with a 1. Well, Max Perry, 0.042 on the tree. 1.80 in the 60 from both drivers. And Max goes on through with an 8.19 to an 8.17 for Claire Little. So they've got their main qualifying times, and obviously they're still trying to improve, but now's the time to start getting the consistency. Because next time these guys and girls are out, it is race time.
One of those cars below us, Stu's got a very high idle. She's building a lot of heat, just sitting there. But Georgia Leifting in the aeroflow lane, taking on Chloe Rakio in the rocket lane. This is a car of Johnny Lucy's, a little bit of a strange idle to it. And an 0.27, the better of the two reaction times. Rakio out in front and runs on through for an 8.03 with a 7. I think that, oh no, I was going to say that would bump her up into second, but I think Jaden Curry went 0.2, an 8.02 on his last pass. Next up we have Johnny Lucy in the aeroflow lane, taking on Alex Rottenberry in the rocket lane.
Young Johnny down there in his C-Class Junior, and Alex Wattenbury, the Hunter Race Engines. Well, Alex Rottenbury goes .018 on the tree, Steve, and 8.62 with a 6, and an 11.84 with a 2 for Johnny Lucci. So Alex Rottenbury improves in his last qualifying pass. As Liam O'Neill comes out now, the EA Traffic Solutions dragster, running for Princey Motorsports and Skips Fire Services. And he's taking on Tegan Smith from Albion Park in the JM Auto Repairs and APM dragster. She's currently our #1 qualifier with an 8.01 with a 6. And Liam O'Neill currently sitting at #18 qualifier with a 12.19. Joe Princey down there, the godfather of junior dragsters. Watching intently with a lot of his young chargers.
0.70 on the tree for Tegan Smith. And she runs on through for an 8.05 with a 6. And a 12.17 with an 8.52 mile an hour for Liam O'Neill in the aeroflow lane there.
Good stuff there. Jeffrey McNiff coming out now in the St Mary's Engines dragster. Up against Harry Ryko in his A-Class Junior dragster. This is #7 and 8 qualifier up against each other for qualifying #3.
058 on the tree for Harry in the rocket lane. Looks like McNiff is out in front though, 801 with a 4, so that's going to move him up the qualifying list. 81.79 mile an hour for McNiff, and a 933 with a 5, 50.45 mile an hour there for Reiko. So obviously having some issues. He went 806 earlier this morning and was away with a better reaction time, but something just running away with it in the car there. Next up we'll have Zane Condello taking on Joshua Burtonshaw. Condello, did you say it was his 14th birthday today?
Yeah, 14th birthday today.
Happy birthday. Hope you're having a nice day. Unfortunately, the car stalled on the second run that he was due to come out earlier. But hopefully he can get another run here. He's qualified 16th so far. He's taking on Burtonshaw, who's qualified 5th with an 803.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting. You just mentioned Joshua Burtonshaw. He went .039 reaction time on the tree and went 8.039 in there. So it just goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, just how important the reaction times are, because had he got a bit better...
It is, but he's also run a 12.4 there. So he had some issues, I think, on the second run. Was either the first or the second run. Let's see what Burtonshaw can do. Of course, the reaction time does not have an effect on the ET, but pretty close. 037 on the tree for Burtonshaw. Out in front, runs on through for a 7.98 with an 80.93 mile an hour there for Burtonshaw, and an 8.57 with a 6 there for Zane Condello. So it's going to be difficult for him to pick a dial in for Condello. He's got a 987 and a 857 there to play with. So I think I'd be going somewhere around the 850s or thereabouts, but I'm sure the team will sort that. And I think that's our last pair of junior drags. So their qualifying for today is a run and done. Their next time you see them out, they'll be racing for their first round of eliminations, where the reaction times, the red lights, and the breakouts will count. And
we've seen a few of them this morning, probably more so in the sedans rather than the dragsters. Getting into Street Fighter, and Lockie McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding VS Commodore with the 6-cylinder under the bonnet. Currently sitting at number 11 qualifier with a 15.13. And in beside him, Danny Stadelmeyer in the Greyhound Rescue Honda Jazz, the little 1.5 litre. Currently sitting at number 13 qualifier with a 16.60 with a 7. So I'm going to have to pull my finger out if I've got to race Danny. 16-second lap time.
What are you going to do? I told you, a little bit of nitrous, mate.
Yeah, well, you know.
Won't
we're both manually...
Won't void your warranty at all. I don't know what you're worried about.
Oh, yeah. Well, we both manually shifted, so, you know, I just got to work out how to drive it. But,
more revs, mate.
Yeah. I've got to remember I've got to drive it home. Although Danny's got to drive this home too, so.
Where's Mount Hunter?
I have no idea.
All right,
Never heard him.
He's away with a 119 reaction time. McCaskill with the red light. The V6 Commodore out in front at the moment. Should get there first with a 15.23, 90.8 mile an hour there for him to a 16.54, 81 mile an hour there for Denny in the Honda.
All right, Wayne Smith from Oakhurst in the HSV Club Sport. And Grant Law from Winterdine in the RAV4. Well, Wayne Smith, bit of a red light there. Grant Law doing the chasing in the RAV. And a 13.55 with the 3 for Wayne. And Grant Law, let's see if he can do better than a 20.40. No, he goes 20.49. Well, at least he's consistent.
Yes, he was. I think the second round of qualifying, there was a little bit of a difference there. So at least he's got 2 runs that are close to one another. Next up, we're going to have Alan Stevenson in the HQU taking on Glenn Garlick in the Holden Commodore.
I was just thinking, Steve, last time I saw Glenn Garlick, he had a different car before, didn't he? I'm pretty sure it was a Commodore, but it wasn't that one, was it?
You sure? I think it is that car.
It is that car?
I might be wrong, but
okay.
Anyway, Garlick through with a 12.71, 92 mile an hour to a 14.17 there.
Oh, it's a battle of the Golden Holdens. We've got the Holden Gemini with a 202 in it. We've seen a few of those in modified. And Michael Bennett in the LC Tirana. He's got a 5.7 litre LS motor in the front of the rat rod style. LC.
Patinaed LC Tirana out in front. I wonder if the motor for the Gemini came from the Tirana in the first place. And an 11.65 with an 8.119 mile an hour for the Tory to a 13.275. I tell you what, it's nice and consistent. Ran 13.278 in the last run out there for the Gemini.
Oh, glad you said that. That's gold. I love it. Don Zammit, the DHL VT Commodore. Well, it's not a VT, that's a sports wagon. And Ben Roberts in the XR8.
So the wagon out in front, 12.99 with a 4.108 mile an hour through the finish line. And Ben Roberts there, 14.72. 96 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Tim Roberts from Quakers Hill.
Yep, up against Jack Matasevic. Hashtag Barra of the World. And we've got 2 barras down on track. I'm sure that if the Empire Racing boys are watching the screen, they'll be like, yep, go the Barra.
And Matasevic through the finish line with a 14.38 with a 4.98 mile an hour through the finish line and a 14.68 there for the Roberts machine. Next up, Brett O'Connor taking on Dave Trevarthen. Trevarthen leaves the line with an 027 red light. 059 green for O'Connor in the Colorado. The Falcon just out in front, 15.09 with a 4.92 mile an hour through the finish line to a 16.39 with a 1 at 82 for O'Connor in the Colorado. Moving into street bike now. We have Angela Hunt taking on Phil Gardner. Gardner on the Yamaha in the Rocket Lane. Hunt on the Suzuki.
All right, street bike, Angela Hunt, one of our officials here at Sydney Dragway.
Ready for SNR Pro Troon Motorcycles. 077 on the tree. She's out in front. She's going to take the W here. Of course, this is the last round of qualifying. An 11.18 with a 4.140 mile an hour through the finish line. Nice pass for her to a 12.48. For the Rocket Lane. Next pairing up, we've got Robert Gilb taking on Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield. The 600 twin for Anderson. He's got a number 6 qualifier. Gilb on the Kawasaki ZR 1100. And number 3 qualifier. Guild runs through for a 10.73 with a 9, 132 mile an hour to a 13.99 with a 5 for Anderson on the infield, 93 mile an hour.
Yeah, the man they're trying to catch is Colin Northcott, who's out now on the Ducati Diavel in the Rocket Lane from Bass Hill. Taking on Stefan Stavala from Wetherill Park on the Powerhouse Cycles Night Rod. 1250 cc's over Yankee Iron, about to be let loose down our quarter mile. And
what's your Italian accent like?
No, I leave the Italian to Anthony Penna, mate.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you, Anthony Penna is the king of Italian.
Well, he's Italian, so it'd want to be pretty good. 10.29 with a 7.
Well, yeah, but even if his other accents are better.
To a 10.55 at 134.
Well, if you like, if you want to know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, check out Pietro's restaurant down at Warragamba. It's owned by Anthony Penna, who is quite a well-known racer and also a very good commentator as well, and quite a very funny guy. You get him started on the accents, he's like Chris Diggles. You know, you can get him fired up.
So the name of the restaurant? Pietro's?
Pietro's?
Oh, my
restaurant.
boss's family eat there all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
All right, we're now into Super Street. And we've got Richard Matasevic taking on Chris Zammit. Matasevic in the Falcon Ute. Zammit in the Commodore. Some issues with the Commodore off the start line. It's not looking happy.
No, it's not looking happy at all, is it? It's not like the Zammit team. They're normally very, very consistent. So maybe Chris Zammit has just buttoned it off.
Broken something.
Well, yeah, I hope not either. Thankfully, it hasn't dropped anything.
10.59 with a 7, 125 mile an hour there for Matasevic. Left the line with an 0.52 and not a bad pass for the Ute. Of course, this is the third round of qualifying for Super Street. Next up, David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina. Taking on Barry Willis. Willis in the Ford Mustang. 0.66 to an 0.67, only thousandths in the start line. The advantage going to Willis at the moment. But I think the Cortina out in front. 10.61 with an 8. 124 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.99 with a 6 at 124.
Yeah, we did mention earlier that David Matasevic is back after a big engine blow-up, and I talked to him on Wednesday night at Aeroflow Race for Real. And look, it took a long time to source a block for the car.
Yeah.
But the engine's been built to run to 1,500 horsepower, so it's got some very stronger equipment in the engine. But obviously he's only running it at 500, not 1,500, so the reliability.
I wonder what he's going to do to get to 1,500. He's going to put some twin hand dryers on it or something.
Yeah, stick a couple turbos on it. Why not?
I think there might be some chassis upgrades if he does that too, just quietly.
Yeah.
Bigger tyres as well. Next up, Bruce Ritchie and Tim Ritro. Ritchie in the Chev Bel Air. 572 cubes of big block Chev on board for him. Ritro with the LS1 5.7. Ritchie, our number 12 qualifier so far with a 10.80. 0.31 on the tree. I tell you what, he's pretty sharp. Out in front at the moment, a big Bel Air runs through for 10.99 with a 9 at 125. And Ritro and 11.64 there in the Commodore.
All right, Adam Bowers in the high performance world and Forza Performance sponsored Commodore, because he's normally out in his HQ. I haven't had a chance to wind him up today. That's probably why he keeps red lighting. And Christian Norbergen from Kurrambong in the Kingswood. He was sitting at number 10, goes a 10.68 with an 8 to a 12.28 with a 3 for Adam Bowers. Well, this is qualifying 3 for Super Street, and this should be an absolute cracker of a race. We've got David McGlynn out there now, the Morissette batteries and tyres, HQ Monaro, and Philip Armstrong in the Keystone acoustic panelling and St Mary's engines. Commodore, both these guys are tough races. And David McGlynn, well, he goes .059 on the tree. Oh, big backfire there from David McGlynn. Of course, that car does run a little bit of nitrous on it as well.
It didn't phase him. He stayed in it. You can see the carbon deposits from the exhaust on the racetrack. 4 very distinct black marks there where it backfired. I'll tell you what, I think my heart skipped a beat when I heard the bang. I wasn't expecting it. So he obviously very comfortable with it, stayed with it.
Peter Villaris coming out now in the Go Logistics XT Falcon. And Guy Greenland in the Grimer's Garage VX Bellina. And Peter Villaris, well, that's a little bit of a better launch, but still moving around at around 330 foot of the racetrack.
Well, he's going to get a full power pass this time. He had a mishap the other two. 10.28 with a 4 at 134 for the Falcon for Villaris. And Guy Greenland there, 10.73 with a 5, 130 mile an hour through the finish line. So at least the Falcon's got one good run on the board. He can work from there.
All right, Dale Brown, the on-site rental group Chrysler, currently sitting at number 24 qualifier with a 13.37. And in beside him, Jim Raptors from Lidcombe in the Tirana. He's got 6.2 litres of Holden power underneath the bonnet. Oh, being twisted the chassis there. He's currently sitting at number 6 with a 10.42. And cruises on through with a 10.72 with the 6 to a 12.69 from Dale Brown. That's a very good pass out of the Chrysler.
Next up, Brett Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore taking on Alicia Teal in the HQ. Teal with 383 cubes of Chevy on board, taking on the LS1 5.7 litre Commodore. Teal looking for her first 10-second pass. Has run 11.03. .011 red for Alicia. This should be a pretty good indication because Strasbury's run a 10 as well. So if they can stick together, 10.72 with a 4, and Teal has gone backwards a little bit, went an 11.10. 121 mile an hour there.
All right, Henry Spukak in the Commodore Ute about to take on Anthony Gattalari in the HQ Ute. Anthony Gattalari got the big block, the 454 Chev, and Henry Spukak with the 6 litre in the front of the Ute.
Spukak into full stage now. The tree counts down. Gattalari with an 0.24. Nice leave. You can see the difference. There's nearly a 10th in the start line there. And the HQ takes it 10.73 with a 2 to a 12.04 with a 7 for Spukak. 117 mile an hour through the finish line.
All right, Tex Griffiths down there in the Plymouth Satellite in the rocket lane. He's about to get attacked by the Mac Attack, Michael McKenna, in his big Chevy Nova, 540 cubes, a big block Chev on board. Michael's currently sitting at number 3 qualifier with a 10.20. And Tex Griffiths currently sitting at number 5 with a 10.31. Oh, Tex got the jump off the line. Michael McKenna, though, slightly better in the 60.
McKenna's slowing, but Griffiths through first, 10.33 with a 2, 129 to a 12.39 with a 2.93 for McKenna. So something going away, I think, in the Chevy Nova there at about half track.
There's a bit of a strange one for Macca. All right, Chris Creech, the God of Thunder from Banks in the ACT in the VZ Ute. our number 1 qualifier so far with a 10-00 with a 6. Then this will be the last pass for Super Street, and we are getting into what looks like Extreme Bike. Or Modified Bike.
I'd say mod Bike's the next one on the schedule.
Yep. I saw the Extreme Bike sitting out the back.
That's okay. 10-1-0 with a 4.135 mile an hour for Chris Creech there. Here's our number 1 qualifier. Ran a 10.006 earlier today. So a little bit off there based on his earlier performance, but I'm sure he'll be able to pick a dial. And of course, when we see all these competitors back the next time, they're in first round of racing. So if you don't see the win light come in their lane, we won't see him again, unfortunately.
No. So they've had their 3 qualifying passes to get their eye in. Oh, big jump of the front tyre down there in the Aeroflow lane. Jared Healy in the Rocket lane from Machuca in the Victoria, running on through with a 9.11 with a 6 at 152 miles an hour.
That's a big speed.
Very big speed. All right, Lorenzo Capogna coming out now on board his V-Rod. He's going to be taking on Mark Davies from Belmont on board the Jexer.
Advantage here for Capogna. He can come up on the rev limiter and just dump that clutch. Get back on the wheelie bar and off he goes. Where Davies, he'll have to use a little bit of clutch control and throttle as well. Looks like there's some issues for Davies. Capogna runs on through for an 8.91 with a 6. 146 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, good pass there from Lorenzo.
No time recorded there for Davies in the Rocket lane.
All right, Albie Davison coming out now on his C modified bike, the Western Smash Repair Suzuki SV1000S, taking on the Siminator, Robert Simmons, on board his new Hayabusa from Azapati Racing. Because some of these bikes in modified do run air shifters, so they don't really use their foot to change gear. But Albie Davison, a 13.15 to a 973, 147 miles an hour for Robert Simmons.
Next up we'll have Dale Williams and Adrian Watson do battle. Williams in the Aeroflow lane on the Yamaha R1. Watson on the R6. I'm sure these two raced each other earlier today. We hear that little R6 screaming. Williams out in front, runs on through for a 965 at 143. To an 11.24 at 127 there for Watson in the Rocket lane.
All right, the Destroyer and the V-Rod back out again. Ron Adams and Peter Strudwick doing battle for qualifying number 3 for a modified bike. .017 on the tree for Ronnie Adams.
He's out in front at the moment, straight down the centre of the lane this time, 937 with a 6, 140 mile an hour, to a 943 with a 9 at 139.
Right, Bobby Joe Simmons out there now on board her Azapati Racing. Sponsors Suzuki Hayabusa, taking on Christopher Hocking from South Windsor in the Smart Looking Sheds Australia bike. Oh, Christopher Hocking, .048 on the tree, but a bit of an issue at about 330 foot, and Bobby Joe Simmons runs on through with a 960 at 154. And Christopher Hocking, Steve, 1.77 in the 60. And 330 foot, 4.67. So, wasn't slow.
Yeah, he seemed good till the 330, and then after that, sat up, I think, because the 8th mile was 9.9 seconds. So somewhere between the 330 and the 660, deciding not to stay in the throttle. Next pairing up, we'll have Mike Lawson on the Hayabusa from DY, taking on Santana Keith on the Royal Enfield from Burwood.
Oh, Mike Lawson goes 9.92 with a 6 at 148. Santina goes in 11.34 with a 3 off a .029 reaction time on the Royal Enfield.
It sounded like one of those bikes was in the wrong gear. But I could be wrong.
No, I heard a crack. All right, we're into extreme bike. We got Brendan Miglianico on the Rams Head Services Suzuki Jexer, taking on Leonard Azzopardi on board his Hayabusa. Actually, I dare say probably both of these are Hayabusas, both turboed, like most of the bikes in extreme bike, but they are running a radial tyre and no wheelie bars. Well, that style of tyre anyway. Wow, Leonard Azzopardi, 1.21 to the 60. Oh, that was close to the centre line, Steve. Look at the wheel mark.
Yeah.
Tyre mark.
Very close. He nearly got on the concrete, on the bare concrete. Stayed with it though, 765 with a 199 mile an hour. Now that bike normally in high sixes, 213, 214 mile an hour. Big Leonico, the bike did not leave the start line very well, and just pulling over to the wall there. Unfortunately, not getting a representative time, but went 721 with an 8:199 earlier. Was our number one qualifier was Brendan, so I'm guessing that's why Leonard stayed with it.
Yes. All right, Ben Newman from Kellyville on board his Hayabusa, about to take on Dion Azzopardi on the Azzopardi Earth Moving Jexer 1000. Certainly an art form with these no wheelie bar bikes, isn't it, Steve? And the amount of power that these things are generating.
Yep, and I think a lot of them using power management systems to limit boost and that sort of thing if there is a power adder on board. Diane with more of a street bike. And she runs on through for a 936 with a 2 at 145 mile an hour to a 949 with a 7 at 148.
Right, Jeff Dradden coming out now. Yes, that is the same Jeff Dradden that we see drive the Chrysler Saratoga in Pro Slammer. But today he's brought the Hayabusa out. Currently sitting at number 5 in the qualifying order with a 9.73 at 126. Slow there in the 60s, Steve. 2.09 with a 1.
Yeah, we can see Jeff reaping on that throttle there and just not launching very as cleanly as he would have liked, I'm sure.
All right, into Soup Sedan, qualifier number 3. Got Pat Furiolo in the Austral Steel HQ, about to take on Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova. She's got a 598 cube Dart motor on board.
Carries the front end nicely. There's Sargent's machine. Straight down the centre of the rocket lane. Good clean pass. 8:44 with a 1:158 through the finish line.
Tell you what, the team was stoked with that one, Steve.
I bet. It was a very clean pass. Friolo there, a 10:04.
She goes to number 1 qualifier. All right, Nathan Watt in the Grants Performance VL, who's got a 383 Chev on board, has gone so far 9.18 has been his quickest time. He's currently sitting at number 12 qualifier, and in beside him Cameron Pease in the Corolla with a little turbo motor in it. Has gone 9.14 at 1:45.
Not carrying the front end quite as much as it did on the first two passes, but Nathan Watt, a 9:21 with a 6 at 146 mile an hour to a 9:24 with a 7 at 145. So the mile an hour still staying there for Pease, but just the ET just dropping away ever so slightly. Nael Mitchell and Tom Campbell to do battle now. Mitchell in the Gemini, Campbell in the VL Commodore. 1:44 reaction time for Mitchell. 0:29 on the tree for Campbell. Looks like the VL will get it. Goes 9:84 with a 1:136 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10:26 with a 2 at 1:28 mile an hour for the Gemini.
Yeah, Noel Mitchell picked up a bit of performance on that pass. Jim Denaro coming out now in the AAP Performance Automatics Cortina, taking on George Virillis from South Strathfield in the Corolla. He's got a 350 Chev on board. Jim Denaro currently sitting at number 16 qualifier with a 9.45. George Virillis needs to put down a qualifying pass. He's tamed it down a little bit out of the little Corolla. Of course, a very famous Corolla that used to get around the drag scene, Jimmy Maglavira's little Toyota Corolla that was an absolute wild piece of kit. George Virillis goes to number 20 qualifier with a 9.82 with a 5. As Ross the Boss Bilby comes out now in his Cortina, about to take on Lou Palumbo in the Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrics HX. Running a little bit of nitrous on board. Well, 0.025 in the tree from Lou Palumbo. Ross the Boss has got a little bit of chasing to do. Let's see if Ross gets the 950s. He goes to 9.70 flat to a 9.18 for Lou Palumbo. As Jason Field comes out now, our number 4 qualifier with an 8.61. That is so far, of course. And Dean Giddens in the Street Neat Panel and Paint Ford Cortina. Obviously in relation to two of our officials that are here at the track, or 3 actually. Pat Giddens, Wes Giddens and Peter Giddens. Great looking car too, that Cortina. 0.038 on the tree, 1.42 to the 60. Jason Field is chasing him down, but a 9.89 at 1:35 from Dean Giddens.
Yeah, so he's been very consistent all morning with that Cortina, but unfortunately for Jason Field, there's Stu, no time recorded. Next up, we're going to see Naomi Dyson taking on Joe Zammit. Dyson in the Pontiac Firebird, running for B&S Waterproofing. Penrite Oils. Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore, running for Zammit Brothers Racing.
Of course, this car of Naomi's does get shuffled around this class and super gas at times. And a 9.25 with a 6 for Naomi to a 10.02 with a 7 for Joe Zammit. Very good pass there.
Next up, we'll see Debbie Robb and Dave Gruber do battle. Robb in the Falcon. Big block forward, power on board, running for multi-quip, sorry. And Gruber in the Strip Rat, LJ Tirana, running for Queanbeyan Injured Services and specialised towing. Robb with the red light, 022 red to an 023 green for Gruber. Robb out in front at this point, 9.06 with a 2. 146 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.20 at 144.
Right, Sean Maher in the St Mary's Engines HB Tirana about to take on Harry Plessis in the Aerolec Proprietary Limited XWGT Falcon from formerly Big H Racing. Don't know whether that's still around. Sean's got for us on this pass. A .030 in tree, but Harry Plessis .017.
He's been cutting some pretty good lights all day. 8.97 with a 0.152. Got 3 runs in within about 0.008 of a second. I think Plastis has got a pretty easy job picking a dial in, unless the weather changes substantially between now and the next hour and a half. He'll be right, I reckon.
Well, judging by what we can see out here in the commentary box, we've got a fair bit of blue sky. All right, Rex Webster in the A40 Ute. Not only does it have a big motor, it's also got a big set of tyres under the rear of it. And Leo Georges, sponsored by Rocky Lamatuna and Sons and Arkstonov Constructions. Oh, Rex Webster gets out of there with a .150 reaction time. Not much between them at the end of the track, but a 9.13 for Leo Georges to a 9.49 with a 6 for Rex, so he goes in number 17 qualifier. And the man that they were trying to catch this morning, and he's now been eclipsed, that's Pete Hamilton, who's currently sitting at number 2 qualifier with an 8.54. He's in this, I think it's turbo, might be turbo assisted. Nitrous assisted, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Nitrous assisted. Commodore wagon.
Sure it is, Stu, but I can't see the...
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's that or if it's supercharged.
It doesn't sound like it through the track mics, but I know it did have nitrous on it.
It
Runs
might
on
be
through.
nitrous. Yeah.
862 with a 154 mile an hour. So the speed, pretty consistent.
All right, getting into super gas, and we've got Tony Polito coming out now in the Motorsport Parts and Services Ford Probe, and the Kansas Racing Pontiac Firebird, Joe Catanzariti.
Catanzariti, our number 1 qualifier in super gas so far. It's gone 9.95 with the 4. Still looking for a 9.90 time slip. On the tree for Polito to an 0.54 for Catanzariti. Toledo 947 with a 5. Still too quick. 156 mile an hour to a 977 with a 3. At 165 there for Catanzariti. Roy Romeo in the little hot rod taking on Greg South in the Holden Tirana. South with the 565 cube big block Chev in the Tirana, running for G-Force and West End Performance.
Yeah, great looking car that for Greg South. Got the big bullhorn exhaust hanging out the left-hand side of it. Very reminiscent of Simon Krieger's nitrous Tirana. Oh, Roy Romeo, 0.016 on the tree. Greg South, 0.017.
Yep, only 1,000 in it. Pretty close across the finish line. 2.953 with a 6 at 151 for Romeo to a 964 with a 7 at 148. So I don't know if anyone's actually going for a 990 right here. They were a fair way under. Next up we have Anthony Panetta taking on Vince Panetta.
Yeah, Anthony Panetta has gone a best of a 10.27, and Vince Panetta has gone the best of a 10.14. So these guys are desperately trying to get into the 9-second bracket. Ideally a 990. Panetta a little bit better in the 60 in the aerofoil lane, a little bit of a wiggle out of the back of the Calibra. And a 960 with a 7 to a 959. Did everybody have their goat juice this morning in Super Gas?
Either that or they've taken the throttle stop off. Alrighty, we're now into Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator for their third and final round of qualifying. Got a couple more brackets and then we're into a little bit of track prep, and then I'm guessing we're going to jump straight into eliminations where everybody's got to pick a dial in and racing gets a little bit more serious. On track now, Mark Tanswell takes on Peter Brown. Tanswell in the front engine dragster, Brown in the rear engine dragster. I think Brown would be our #1 qualifier based on reaction time. I think he went 002 in the last round.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the car Mark Tanswell just had a bit of a wheel spin off the start line, got a little bit messy, but he gathered it up. But Peter Brown, 7.70 with a 5.
It's a little bit quicker there, but he went 386 red on the tree. Red light doesn't matter, the time will still count.
All right, Lee Hartill Law coming out now, the BK Race Engines and Prestige Air Conditioning and Electrical Roadster. And he's about to take on Jenny Petrie, the Timmick Hot Rod Supplies, Fiat Topolino.
.023 on the tree for Hartlaw, 032 on the tree for Petrie. Hartlaw out in front of the little roadster, 799 with a 7, 166 mile an hour through the finish line, 873 with a 4 at 153 there for Petrie in the Wildfire Fiat.
Alright, George Bukareshliv in the Race Max Direct Dragster. Got the LS motor in the front of it, taking on Gary Franks, who's got the Ford Mustang, but he's got a Chev in the front of that too. But he's got 582 cubes on board. And I don't know what it is about these late model Mustangs, but geez, they make good looking race cars.
Well, of course, this one a little bit different without a roof or a windscreen on it. Yeah. So just a different take on the Mustang. Running for Kuiper race engines, Scorpion racewear, Ozcoil and cool shirt system. From West Hoxton, Gary Franks runs here fairly regularly at Sydney Dragway. Bukareshliv in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster, away with an 077 light, went into the sevens last time around, and again 783 with a 6, 171 mile an hour to an 811 with a 9 at 166 mile an hour.
Yeah, great run there from George.
Yeah, only small cubes for George too, only 365 cubes. That little LS power plant working very well in the front end of that dragster.
Oh, we've got another one of our front engine dragster brigade. Down on track in the Aeroflow lane, and he's taking on Adriana McCaskill in the Pro Street Towing and Transport dragster. Also sponsored by EDS Race Fuels Race Comp Motorsports and Skips Fire Service. Well, Adriana McCaskill, 0.02 on tree, but 60 foot, 1.04. And goes 7.095. There's one gentleman that is not here this weekend, is Chris Manx, in the McStower owned Alton. So I'm not quite sure what the championship standings are at the moment, but I dare say that Chris Banks would be up near the top.
He's usually pretty close to the pointy end. All right, Alan White now in the Arnox Enterprises Ford T-Bucket in the Rocket Lane, doing battle with Craig Davies in the front engine dragster, running for Summer Arch Race Cars, ICE Ignitions, Victory Transmissions and Revolution Race Gear of Brisbane, supporting Craig in his racing efforts.
Alan White just had the wheelie bars checked by his son Brett.
Yeah, Alan's altered there, launching over towards the left, and Davies gets there first, 8.26 with a 6, 160 mile an hour through the finish line to an 8.52 with a 9, 152 through the finish line for White. You can see there, it definitely hit the right-hand wheelie bar harder than the left.
Yeah.
By nearly double the distance.
Very aggressive on the start line there for Alan. As Just Turner comes out in the ETS Race Fuels Dragster, all the way up from Epping in Victoria. And Stephanie Heisman's from Spring Hill, the Great Western Auto Wreckers Bantam Malted. Of course, Just Turner running nitrous on board this dragster.
80s retro music, I think that's true.
I think it's one of Benji's mega mixes.
Well, I don't think Benji would listen to that sort of music, I doubt. But Heisman's away with a 003 on the tree. Knew it was good because it looked red. Turner away with an 029. She gets there first, 695 with a 5, 193 mile an hour for that nitrous-assisted dragster, but a 796 for the 1 at 166 for Heisman's.
Yeah, and a .003 on the tree. That's going to help her out in the qualifying order. All right, Fiona Crisp.
I was going to say, she's probably second or third, I'd say.
Yep.
So I think Pete Brown went 002. All right, Fiona Crisp, as you say, for GT Skips in the airflow lane, taking on Danielle McCaskill in the Mark 1 Welding rear engine dragster. 555 cubes of Big Block Chev in the dragster.
All right, Fiona. But come in, of course, if you haven't just joined us on the live stream, welcome. This is round 5, the Speed Adict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs. And Fiona Crisp just got her licence over in America in the Pro Alcohol Dragster. And she's back here on her home turf in her modified dragster and runs on through with a 7.76 to a 7.78 for Danielle McCaskill. All right, Brendan Luke out now in the Affordable Mortgage Solutions and APD carburetors. Donato Dragster. And he's taking on Paul Lynette in the 23-2 bucket.
Luke just hanging back a little bit on the start line. Still moving backwards. I'm not sure what's happening. I think just a solo for Paul Lynette in the rocket lane.
Yeah, so whether they've picked something up or there's just a bit of an issue with the dragster.
Car's still running for Brendan Luke, but Lynette just lifting that left front off the start line. 003 red. And runs on through for a 748 with a 6 at 174 through the finish line.
Right, so just having a look at the back of the dragster, they just turned something off the back of it for Brendan Luke.
On the start line now we have Gregory Hannaford from Grey Stains in the Fiat Topolino. Holden 192 on board. Very period correct car, this one. I'm loving the paintwork on it.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And a 13.06 with a 983 miles an hour. Well, we're getting into top sportsmen. We've got Joe Gadolari in the exclusive transport VL Commodore. It's about to come out. Also sponsored by The Mob Detailing and Motor Oil Store. And Mark Philp from Weewah in New South Wales in the West/VP Commodore. Both these cars are running pretty big cubes on board. Joe with 555 and Mark with 632. Oh, Joe Gadolari doing his burnout. Mark Philp going to do his burnout procedure. Great looking VP Commodore, this one of Mark Philp. And Anthony Gadolari, sorry, Joe Gadolari, been campaigning this VL Commodore for a few years now. Well, it looks like Joe Gadolari has been given the solo signal. Unfortunately, a bit of a problem for Mark. Yeah, Joe Gadolari, 1.24 in the 60 for the VL. And goes on through with an 8.49 with a 7 at a 161. We got Iraklis Kazantzidis just sitting there patiently. A little bit of liquid has come out of the Phipps car, so we'll have to take that back and just have a quick look at it. I hope you're enjoying round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series so far. Today we're still into qualifying, and then racing is not too far away. And everybody will be starting to get it a little bit itchy out the back. I think a few people will be getting a few sweaty palms. But still to come, guys, after Top Sportsman, we do have some track prep that we're going to do after Top Sportsman. And then after Top Sportsman, we get into the Chicago Shootout round 2 for the Boosted Outlaws. And we've got Iraklis Kazantzidis, who'll be going for a solo by the look of it. Not. I thought I saw the solo signal, but no, they're going for a paired pass. You see our modified dragster drivers coming up the return road. Next time we see them out, it will be a race time for those ladies and gents. Well, Brett Sheard, .001 on the tree. Iraklis is coming back at him, but Brett gets there. 781 with a 2 at 173 miles an hour to Iraklis Kazantzidis, 8.009 at a 168. Tell you what, Iraklis is knocking on the door of that 7-second wall. As you see, Joe Sabello come out now in his VZ Commodore up against Paul Partridge in the BK Engines and Coating King Ford Mustang. This is Top Sportsman. And Joe Sabello. Hope he get this Commodore down into the 7s. Paul Partridge, .033 on the tree. And it runs on through with a 782 to a 9.10 with 3 for Joe Sabello. Josh Boscovich doing a nice strong burnout in the big XA coupe. He's taking on Jeffrey Sargent in the Sargent's Roofing Camaro with a big shot of nitrous in it. 522 cubes of chef power. Josh Boscovich, 410 cubes of Fontana power in the front of the big coupe. Nice little purge of the nitrous there from Josh. A pair of red lights either side of the racetrack. Josh Boscovich getting a little bit sideways off the start line, but a 785 with a 6 for Jeff Sargent. That's a step in the right direction for that team. And an 848 with a 2 for Josh Boscovich. Thomas Leake coming out now in the Bradbury Smash Pontiac Grand Am. Also sponsored by Peg's Auto Trim. And Jeff Alston with the Chevrolet Camaro, 632 cubes, a big block in the front of it. There are some wild cars in Top Sportsman, that's why we love this category. Oh, Jeff Olsen, .001 red, had a red hot crack at the tree. Thomas Leake though, 785 with a 4, pulls the parachutes right on the finishing line, an 8.11 from Jeff Alston. All right, George Marta coming out now in the A Civil and VP Race Fuels LH Tirana. 632 cubes on board the Torrey, also sponsored by Ours Race Glides and Mr. Digger. Oh, bit of a turn of the tyres for George Marta off the start line. He goes 1.26 in the 60 and then just buttons it off. And I'm sure we'll send him through the Junior Dragway Expressway. Although it looks like he may have stopped on the track. So, unfortunately, looks like it's not dropping anything, but that's not what George would have wanted. Alright guys, so it looks like we may not be getting into that track prep. We might be going straight into Boosted Outlaws. Now, it looks, going by my screen that I've got out the back here, it doesn't look like the Sainty Pro alcohol car has come back around for this pass. So whether they did a little bit of damage on that previous run of theirs, there was a big pop out of the car and a big lot of flame came out the exhaust pipe. So hopefully it's nothing too bad. So it looks like we're going to get a paired pass for John Willard in the Anglia, and Anthony Bull in the BA Falcon, the supercharged sedan, and the Aussie Outlaw John Willard, the Atlantic Oils sponsored Ford Anglia. So just while we've got a bit of a hold-up on track for the moment. We might just throw up to the big screen for a little word from some of our sponsors. You are here at round 5 of the New South Wales State Championship Series.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Great stuff. We're back here at round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs, and we're getting into Boosted Outlaws. And we've only got 2 cars for this round. It's a bit of a war of attrition at the moment. But we've got Anthony Bull coming out now in the BA Falcon, about to take on John Willard in his Ford Anglia. Anthony Bull's gone the best of an 848. John Willard's gone the best of a 671 with a 2. Now, John Willard has primarily done every run in the Aeroflow lane, and every time he's gone down, he's got very, very close to the centre line at about 1,000 foot. So you might want to watch it swapping lanes for the rocket lane. And Anthony Bull, well, they're slowly creeping up on performance in the BA. As Steve said earlier, he doesn't really race consistently, Anthony Bull. He does try to come out when he can. So it is good to see him here this weekend in the BA Falcon. Now, he's got 412 cubes on board, and John Willard, well, he's got 451 cubes, a Brad Anderson engine on board. Anthony Bull 1.10 in the 60, but John Willard coming straight back at him goes a 672 with a 4 to a 726 with a 3 for Anthony Bull. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. What a pass from Anthony Bull and John Willard. Turning it up in Boosted Outlaws. Good stuff. Alright guys, that is it for Chicago Shootout round 2 of the Boosted Outlaws. We're about to get into round number 1 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. It is now game face time for every single driver. So we're not too far away from the Western Weekend of Junior Dragsters. We're just fixing up the end of the quarter mile. Just for these drivers. All right, it's fire up time. The Little Pocket Rockets, the future of our sport, and huge, great support from the Western Weekender. You're here at round 5, the Speed Addict Clothing Company, New South Wales State Champs. It is time to go racing, and we got Charlotte Lifting in the Speedflow Products Junior Dragster about to take on Jaden Curry in the Bins Express Dragster. Charlotte Lifting dialing in at number 11 with an 8.15, and Jaden Curry, who has been on his game all day so far, he's been our number 3 qualifier with an 8.02. Single cylinder, running on methanol, and quicker over the 8th mile than your Commodore or a Falcon. And these junior dragsters have been turning on a show all day so far through qualifying, but as I said, it is race time now. It is time to get serious. We're at .062 on the tree from Charlotte Lifting. Jaden Curry has got a bit of chasing to do. And Charlotte Lifting gets through the first round. Unfortunately, a breakout from Jaden Curry. 8.01 on the 7 on 8.03 dial-in. So Charlotte Lifting through to the next round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters, as we see Piper Bennett come out now, our number 16 qualifier, who qualified with a 10.59. Piper's dialed in with an 8.50. And she's taking on Max Perry, our number 8 qualifier, who's dialed in with an 8.10. The Top Form Concrete and Marco Steel dragster from North Narrabeen. Unfortunately, a red light from Piper, but she had to have a crack at the tree. Max Perry will get the win, and he's through the next round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster category. All right, Alex Rottenbury, the Hunter Race Engines dragster, dialing in with an 8.61, and in beside him, Zach Rafalo, the Sydney Waterscapes dragster from Vineyard, who's dialed in with an 8.40. Alex Rottenbury was our number 4 qualifier with an 8.62. Alex Rafalo, Zach Rafalo, sorry, has just pegged it back just slightly on his dial-in. Not too much between them, and Alex Rottenbury, well, he gets the win An 861 with a 0 on an 861 dial-in. Geez, you can't get much better than that. Well done to that team. Claire Little coming out now, who's dialed in with an 8.08 seconds in the aeroflow lane, and in the rocket lane, Jeffrey McNiff, who's dialed in with an 8 flat. He was our number 1 qualifier with an 8.014. Well, Jeff McNiff, unfortunately a red light for him, so Claire Little gets the win as she breaks out, but she got the win because Jeffrey McNiff, unfortunately red lit, but Claire Little 8.053 on an 8.08 dial-in, so she want to be careful of that in the next round. As Elias Marta comes out now in the A Civil dragster, dialing in with an 8.30. And in beside him in the Child's Play dragster is Chloe Ryko, who's dialed in with an 8.03. So Elias Marta has got to wait 0.3 of a second on the tree before he's able to rock and roll down the 8th mile. Been doing a bit of testing here yesterday, so he had a bit of practice on the tree. Wow, Chloe Ryko, .004 on the tree. Who's got the win? Double breakout. And Chloe Ryko gets the win. She went to 7.97 with a 1 and an 8.03 dial-in. She went under by the less amount. As Liam O'Neill comes out now in the EA Traffic Solutions dragster, dialing in with a 12.15, and in beside him Alex Rafalo in the second of the Sydney Waterscapes dragsters. He's dialed in with an 8.64. Joe Princey down there helping out young Liam. Liam O'Neill, unfortunately, a big red light there from Liam. So Alex Rafalo is through to the next round. Oh, well, that is racing. These things happen. Zane Condello coming out now, who's dialed in with an 8.56, and Joshua Burtonshaw in the D&J Haulage dragster, dialing in with a 7.98. Now, he's an A-class junior dragster, so he is allowed to go down into the 790s in competition. Well, Joshua Burtonshaw gets the win, 8.03 with a 3 on the 7.98 dial-in. And Zane Condello, 10.27 on an 8.56 dial-in. So maybe a little bit of an issue there for that team. As Tegan Smith comes out now, our number 2 qualifier. She's dialed in with an 8.02. And Harry Ryko, who dialed in at being pushed away. Oh. So that's a bit unfortunate there. So Tegan Smith has got the solo. So good chance for Tegan Smith to test the dial-in. 8.02 dial-in for Tegan. Well, 0.029 on the tree for Tegan. And a 166.60. And she runs on through with a 7.99 with a 2 on an 8.02 dial-in. Don't forget, guys, if you finish here at the track tonight and you are feeling a little bit hungry, don't forget El Jana's up at Penrith, one of our good sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. And if you are out the back, guys, you've got a little bit of oil and stuff, don't forget the Enviro Waste Services, the ones that take care of all our oil and grease and liquid waste. So to keep them in mind, Enviro Waste Services, great having them on board here at Sydney Dragway as a sponsor, as we do with Bespoke Financial, VP Racing, Pepper Money, Atlantic Oils, and of course Aeroflow and Rocket Industries, and Speed Addict Clothing Company for their support here for the New South Wales State Championship Series. Joe Marina and his wife. Do check out their stuff on Facebook, guys. Speed Addict Clothing Company. Alright, guys, we're just doing a little bit of a rub of the track. And then we should be getting into round 1 of Super Street, brought to you by Go Logistics. So while we're just doing this bit of track prep, guys, we might throw up to the big screen and get a few words from some of our sponsors. You're here at the Speed Addict Clothing Company, New South Wales State Champs, here at Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
We're back here at round 5, the Speed Adict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs, and we are about to get into round 1 of Go Logistics Super Street. As we welcome Steve Bush back onto the mic. Steve, we've got a match-up in the first round, mate. Christian Norbergen taking on Henry Speakak, the Holden Kingswood, up against the Commodore Ute.
Yeah, should be a tough race, as will all the rounds in Super Street, Super Sedan, and all that categories here this afternoon. They're all very well contested, and Henry Speakak, a very experienced racer, not so much in the Holden Ute, but definitely a very tough racer in sportsman racing. So we've got Christine Norberg in the Holden Kingswood, dialed in with a 1068. Speakak in the Holden Ute, dialed in with a 1205. Of course, the dial-in is a self-nominated handicap. You can run quicker than your self-nominated handicap, but you run the risk of losing because you break out. The only way you win is if your competitor crosses the line or hits the wall, crosses the centre line or hits the wall, or goes under their dial-in by more. That's it. So the idea is, in theory, the car should be neck and neck at the finish line, but you'll hear Stu and I bang on about the reaction times, because if you can cut a much better light than your competitor, that means you've got that time up your sleeve at the other end.
Well, in this situation, Christian Norbergen did a little bit better in reaction time and actually drove around Henry Speakak and got the win, a 1077 on a 1068. Michael Macatak McKenna in the St Mary's Engines Chevy Nova, he's dialed in with a 10.20. And Michael Walsh, who's very, very sharp on the lights, he's dialed in with a 10.86, running for Rosso Performance. And, Macca, 0.002 red.
Only 0.02 of a second too early, but that's his racing done for the day. Michael Walsh will be moving on to the next round, 10.90 with a 6 on his 10.86. He was only 500ths away from the dial-in with an 074 light. I think he would have been reasonably hard to beat in any case. Next up, we have Chris Greach taking on Guy Greenland. Greenland in the wagon, he's dialed in with a 1074. He'll get 7/10 of a head start against Chris Greach in the Ute, who's dialed in with a 10.04. Our number 1 qualifier was Chris Greach.
Yeah, Guy Greenland dialed in, also qualified at number 12. And Chris Greach gets the win, unfortunately a red light from Guy Greenland. So Chris Greach goes 10.08 with a 1 on a 10.04 dial-in. All right, Richard Matasevic, the Modern Style Kitchens XY Ute, about to take on Tim Richrow in his VX Commodore. Tim dialing in with an 11.62. Richard Matasevic dialing in with a 10.59. So Richard has got a little bit of a weight.
You won't see the difference in the tree. But Oh, 001 red on the tree there for Ritzrau, handing the win to Matasevic. And Matasevic tests the dial in, goes 10.58 with a 7 on a 10.59, so only 3 thousandths too fast. So looking good for the round number 2. Next up we'll have Rhett Stutchbury and Dale Brown. Stutchbury in the Commodore dialed in with a 10.70. Brown in the 300 Chrysler dialed in with a 12.70. So 2 seconds head start going to the Chrysler. .095 on the tree for the Chrysler. The Commodore's lost a tenth of a second. He has to make that up at the other end. The Chrysler still in front at 1,000 and gets there. 12.76 with a 9 on a 12.70. 104 mile an hour to take the win. And Stutchbury a 10.85.
Yeah, I'd be very, very happy with that. Get through that first round of racing in the big Chrysler. Chris Zammit now, who's dialed in with a 12.03. In beside him, David Matasevic, who's dialed in with a 10.61. Wow, David Matasevic got a bit of a drive job if Chris Zammit doesn't red light. Well, .026 on the tree, that is going to help Chris Zammit.
Yeah, Matasevic slept a little bit with a 1.06. Don't think he's going to catch Zammit. No, he doesn't. Zammit takes the win. 12.11 with an 8 on a 12.03 dial in. Matasevic out round number 1, unfortunately, with a 10.64.
All right, Alicia Teal in the big HQ. She will be aiming to do what she did on Wednesday night and crack a 000. She's taking on Jim Raptors in his Tirana, who's dialed in with a 10.72. Alicia Teal, an 11.10 dial in. She has nominated. Well, .065 on the tree, .078. There's not too much between them, Steve.
Not much at all. That Tirana and Raptors all twisted up on the start line, neck and neck. Alicia got there first, but went further under her dial in a double breakout, went 11.05 with a 3 on 11.10, handing the win back to Raptors, who also went under his dial in, but he went under by the least.
That's the joys of dialing your own racing. Not only is it a game of chess at the start, but it's a game of chess at the end as well. Peter Violaris, the Go Logistics XT Falcon, and Barry Willis in the Mustang. Barry went .019 on the tree. Peter coming back at him. And
again, another breakout stew. So Willis got there first, went under the dial-in by a 100th of a second. Violaris went under by .015. So just trying to make that difference up on the reaction time. We saw quite a big difference. It was 019 to Willis and a 1-2, I think it was, for Violaris. So the Mustang will move into the next round.
All right, Anthony Gattalari in the HQ Ute about to take on Adam Bowers in the Commodore. Adam's dialed in with a 12.27. Anthony dialing in with a 10.73. And the win goes to Adam Bowers. Unfortunately, a red light from Anthony Gattalari.
It's a shame. He's been on fire with the reaction times all throughout qualifying.
He was.
Bowers takes the opportunity to test the dial in 12.23 with a 3 on a 12.27.
All right, this should be a good race, Steve. We've got Philip Armstrong taking on Tex Griffiths. There's only 0.7 of a second in the dial-in between both of them. Phil's dialed in with 11.03. Tex Griffiths dialing in with a 10.33. And both these guys are generally pretty sharp on the lights. So if you're on the live feed, keep your eyes glued to the screen. Well, .004 for Tex Griffiths, .018 for Philip Armstrong.
So 14 thousandths difference going to Tex Griffiths off the start line and takes the win, goes 10.33 with an 8 on a 10.33. So his total package there is 12 thousandths of a second.
Wow.
Pretty tough to beat. An 11.06 with a 4 for Armstrong in the Commodore.
Yeah, that's some good racing right there on track for Super Street. Craig Warren out now, the Sydney Scrap Steel, LJ Tirano and Bruce Ritchie in the Chevy Bel Air. Bruce has dialed in with a 10.85. Craig's dialed in with a 10.15.
Oh, Ritchie unfortunately threw it away with a big red light, 235 on the red side. Warren will take the win. Test the dialing, goes 10.13 with a 5 on a 10.15 at 132. So maybe the air coming around a little bit for him. Qualified with a 10.19, so all right, moving into street bike now, Stu.
Yep.
And we just got the track walkers out on track to have a look at the Rocket Lane. Bruce Ritchie just running down there with that Chevy Bel Air.
Now, street bike is a little bit different this weekend. They're in a Chicago shootout due to the numbers. So it's not elimination like we just saw in Go Logistics Super Street and the Western Weekender Junior Dragster. So every single rider out there will be hunting for wins to make the final. Stefan Savala dialing in with a 10.30 on board the Powerhouse Cycles Night Rod. And Robert Gilb from Wandadian in New South Wales on board the Kawasaki ZZR 1100. He's dialed in with a 10.65. Stefan Savala has been pretty consistent all day. As Steve said, the air might be just starting to come around for a few races. So let's see what the bikes can do. Well, 0.194 on the tree for Robert, but the 60 foot from Stefan was a little bit quicker. And Robert Gilb gets the win.
That's a bit of an upset right there. Stefala out round number 1. He broke out trying to chase him, but Gilb got there first, though, Stu. So just trying to make, Stefala lost nearly a tenth on the start line. Difference in reaction times there, so Gilb will move into the next round.
Yeah, I thought Gilb had a little spin of the tyre there, Steve, in the 60. I thought that might have affected him a little bit, but nevertheless, he got the win. This is Chicago Shootout. Tristan Anderson on board the Royal Enfield, taking on Colin Northcott in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with a 10.29 on Divel. Tristan has dialed in with a 13.99.
060 on the tree for Anderson. He has a bunch up his sleeve. I don't think that Ducati's going to catch him. No, he didn't. He too breaks out trying to chase him. So lots of breakouts and lots of red lights in the first round of racing so far for each of the categories. 14.02 on a 13.98, I think it was there for Anderson. Next up, we'll see Philip Gardner take on Angela Hunt. Gardner in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 12.38. He will be chased by Angela Hunt, who's dialed in with a 10.95 on the Suzuki. Gardner away with a 2.79 reaction time. Angela with a 3.75. She won't be happy with that. But she brings it home for the win, 10.98 with a 9.139. And Gardner a 12.63 with a 5 at 1.05.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, Ron Adams on board the Harley Destroyer, about to take on Lucas Nego on the A&M Stonemason Jexa 1000. Lucas has dialed in with a 9.53. Ron Adams dialed in with a 9.35. And Lucas had the bike just jump right up on the hit. And he gets the win at 10.24 on a 9.53. Unfortunately, Ron Adams just a little bit too quick, goes 9.34 with a 4 on a 9.35 dial in.
Unfortunately, Adams crossed the finish line there 0.4 of a second before the competitor in the Rocket Lane. So a big breakout there for Adams.
All right, Lorenzo Capogna about to take on Bobby Joe Simmons. This is Modified Bike, which is brought to you by bikereview.com.au.
Kabogna dialed in with an 896. 955 for Simmons in the Rocket Lane. 001 on the tree for Kabogna. 023 for Simmons. I'll get it right in a minute. And Kabogna takes the win. 904 with a 3 on his dial in, and I think Simmons went too quick trying to chase that down.
All right, Jared Hurley coming out now on board his Hayabusa all the way up from Echuca in Victoria, taking on Santina Keith from Burwood on board the Revelry Cycles Enfield. She's dialed in with a 10.80. Jared has dialed in with a 9.10. And Santina gets the win, unfortunately, a red light from Jared Hurley. So Santina can just test her dial in. She goes, well, miles too quick, but she got the win anyway. A 10.57 on a 10.80 dial in for Santina.
Yeah, wow. So she'll have to adjust that dial in for the next round. That's okay. That's the beauty of having your competitor red light against you.
All right, Robert Simmons, Steve, about to take on Albie Davison. Albie dialing with a 1060. Robert Simmons dialing in with a 9.73. And Robert Simmons has aimed the bike at the centre line. The way he staged it. Gets it back online. Well, Albie Davison, Steve, he got the reaction time.
He did, but I think Simmons is in front. Oh, he wasn't.
No.
Okay. So both Simmons out. Round number 1. That's unusual for a modified bike. Albie Davidson will move on to the next round.
Wow. You think he was playing the game there, Steve, down the end of the track?
I would have sworn that he was in front. Looked like he was in front.
Yeah.
Although I am picking a 1/10 of a second 400 metres away.
Oh, true.
More than that, actually. But
well, I thought he might have slowed down a little bit too.
Perhaps. I didn't see the lights come on, the brake lights come on, though.
Yeah.
Adrian Watson in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 11.10. Taking on Dale Williams, dialed in with a 9.35. Williams has already left the red light. So Watson will run it out the back door, test the dial in. Goes 11.21 with a 4 and 11.10. So I think just about every pair in mod bikes either had a red light or a breakout, pretty much.
Mike Lawson coming out now on his Suzuki Hayabusa, dialing in with a 9.75. And Peter Strudwick on board the Harley V-Rod, dialing in with a 9.44. So 0.3 of a second. Peter's got to wait. Well, unfortunately, a red light from Mike Lawson. And Peter Strudwick through to the next round of bikereview.com.au, a modified bike.
Christopher Hocking from South Windsor on the Aprilia, dialed in with a 940. He's in the aeroflow lane, taking on Mark Davies. Davies in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 980. So 4/10, 1 light on the Christmas tree between these two. Davies to lead first. Davies with the advantage, 082 on the tree. Out in front and takes it, 984 with a 9 on a 980. Davies will move into the next round, 965 with a 7 on a 940 for Hocking in the aeroflow lane there.
Yeah, it was a nice clean pass from Mark Davies. All right, that looks like that is it for round 1 of bikereview.com.au modified bike. And from the modified bikes, we're going to get into extreme bike. And Leonardo's a party. Well, he's gone 9.75 today. So Actually, sorry, 7, low 7, sorry. But he'll want to try and get into the 6s. Admittedly, he doesn't have his partner in crime here this weekend, Alex Ball.
No, he doesn't. They usually push each other pretty hard, Alex and Leonard.
Yeah.
But we know Leonard's bike, he has gone 730 in qualifying, 207 mile an hour. So the speed is definitely there. Just the ET is not quite as high, well, as low, sorry, as what we have seen. We've seen that bike into the 680s at near 215 mile an hour.
So we're going to have Leonard as a party versus Jeff Gradden, the Sigma Rolling Stock Components Hayabusa. Taking on the as a party earth moving Hayabusa of Leonard as a party.
All right, Leonard's into a pre-stage now. Gradden moving in now, hasn't had a clean pass today for the Sigma rolling stock machine, but Leonard away nicely. You can hear that turbo. Oh, a lot of smoke out of the Gradden machine. 7001, 209 miles an hour there for Leonard as a party, but that big puff of smoke out of the Gradden machine at...
and there's still more smoke coming out of it too, Steve.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jeff. That's a nitrous-assisted bike there.
But Leonard as a party, what an unreal pass. 7.00 with a 1. And it had his legs up, Steve, all the way almost to the end of the track.
Yes, well...
with the balancing sort?
Yes, I think a lot of the riders keep their leg out just to try and maintain the balance until they feel steady enough on the bike. But you know, one thing for Alex and for Leonard in recent times, they've calmed the bike down off the start line so that it's not trying to actually throw them off it. So from that point of view, probably make it a little bit easier to ride.
Yes.
But no shortage of horsepower coming from the as a party machine.
No.
Just waiting to see what happens down the bottom end of the racetrack with the Gradden machine. There was a little bit of smoke still coming from that bike as it crossed the finish line. Just a reminder to any of the competitors out there, if you do have a problem with your car or bike, just pull over to the side of the racetrack and stop, just so we can check the machine. If it's still running, we'll let you ride on away. If there's something leaking out of it, we can stop you there. Jeff did the right thing and moved over, but he didn't stop.
So just waiting for these quads to make their way around the bottom of the track. And we are good to go. We've got Diana as a party out now on her Jaxa 1000, taking on Ben Newman on his Hayabusa. Diana as a party has run a best of a 9.36. Ben Newman has run a best of a 9.49. The Extreme Bike, this is Chicago Shootout as well. So still want to get the race wins just to make the final. And Diane goes 9.10 to a 9.47. She'll be very happy with that pass, 9.10. All right, Brendan Miglianigo, the Rams Head Services Jaxa, about to come out for a solo. He was our #1 qualifier with a 7.21 with an 8.
wiggling around a little bit off the start line there, Stu. On the straight and narrow now, but runs on through for a 7:39 with a 196 mile an hour. So again, similar speed to his qualifying, but not quite as fast in the ET.
All right, that was Extreme Bike. We're now into Chicago Shootout, round 1 of Super Gas. And we've got Greg South from Tarrawanna in the West End Performance Tirana taking on Roy Romeo at the Burson's Auto Parts at Narellan Hot Rod.
So 990 fixed index, no deep staging. Let's see what they can do. Most of these cars running well under that 990.
Roy Romeo, .024 on the tree. Greg South is in front. And Roy Romeo gets the win at 995. Unfortunately, Greg South a little bit too quick. 9.81 with the 3. So Roy Romeo gets the win. As Tony Polito comes out now and Joe Catanzariti.
Catanzariti in the Firebird. Polito in the Ford Probe. Probe went a little bit too fast on each of the rounds in qualifying. Catanzariti, he went 995 with a 4.
Well, .006 on the tree, Steve, for Joe Catanzariti.
Nice lead from both races. Polito looking over his shoulder, waiting for Catanzariti to come around him. Didn't come around him, but Polito went way too fast. 955 with a 6 and 991 with a 1 there for Catanzariti to take the win. Next up, Anthony Panetta taking on Vince Panetta. These two raced each other the last 2 rounds of qualifying just to get some practice in for their first round of racing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's never fun when you got to verse a family member, but it's just the way it's worked out. Number 4, number 3 qualifier. But this is Chicago Shootout, so they will be able to come out again and have a race. Well, .002 on the tree from Vince Panetta. And Vince gets a win, a 995 with a 6. Unfortunately, Anthony Panetta, a little bit too quick, 9.50. Way too quick. All right, guys, that is it for Chicago Shootout Round 1. We're about to get into Round 1 of Typic Hot Rod Supplies Modified. And Jenny Petrie sitting down there patiently. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they come up the return road, put your hands together for Leonard as a party, 7.00 with a 1. No wheelie bars. Hey, Leonard, you got that thing on a knife edge, mate, today. Great run. Won't be too long and we will see him into the 6s, no doubt. Well, guys, it looks like we're just having a few minutes of a break. So what we will do is we'll throw up to the big screen and get a few words from our sponsors. You are here at round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
Right, we are back here at Sydney Dragway and we are about to get into round one of Timmy Hot Rod Supply's Modified Eliminator. And it's a battle of the ladies, Steve. Stephanie Heisman's, who's dialed in with a 7.95 in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane, Jenny Petrie, who's dialed in with an 8.34 in the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies feed Topolino.
Big bird out from Jenny in the Wildfire Fiat. Dialed in with an 8.34. She will be chased by Heisman's in the red T bucket. Dialed in with a 7.95. Heisman's running for Great Western Auto Wreckers. Auto 1 at Orange and Cool Shirt Systems Australia. Looks like the next pair's all ladies too.
Yeah,
I
Fiona
think,
Crisp
Stu.
and Danielle McCaskill. Yeah.
Fiona Crisp as well. All right, so the car closest to the crowd is going to leave first, and that red Alta will be chasing it down.
Unfortunately, red light from Jenny Petrie. So Stephanie Heisman's is through the next round of Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified, but she breaks out. She goes to 7.93 on a 7.95 dial in, so she might just want to be careful in the next round.
She'll take the opportunity, maybe adjust the dial in, or maybe she's happy to have that little bit of a buffer up her sleeve. But I know when I was racing, I always prefer to be able to go flat out, and if I had the opportunity to back off, I didn't want to back off because I had to not break out, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So in this particular run, we've got Fiona Crisp in the Aeroflow lane taking on Adriana McCaskill. Crisp is dialed in with a 7.75. She's in the Aeroflow lane. And Adriana dialed in with a 7.08 in the Rocket lane, running for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skipped Fire Services. So McCaskill will have to wait nearly 7/10 of a second, almost 2 lights on the tree.
Yeah, and Adriana's car has been fast and it's been straight. That's the most important thing. So her ET has pretty much been bang on all day.
Yes.
So Fiona's going to have to be pretty quick on the lights. She's going to have to pretend she's in America again, running in the Pro Alcohol Series over there. And a .016, well, that is going to help her cause. Adriana is coming back at her. And Adriana gets the win, a 7.09 with a 4. Unfortunately, Fiona Crisp has broken out by 0.03 of a second.
Yeah, she got there first, Stu, but went too fast. A 7.09 with a 4 for McCaskill will take it. So that's where being able to hold your car flat out and know you're not going to go under is the advantage, because you can push your competitor to a breakout if you are actually are behind. So George Bukareshvili now in the front engine dragster for Race Max Direct, dialed in with a 738, running for Motorsport Connections, Brian Tui Racing, and Advanced Product Design, up against Mark Tanswell. So a battle of the front engine cars here.
Yeah, the LS up against the 6-cylinder. Well, Mark Tanswell, 0.020 on the tree. The LS starting to wind up for George. And George gets the win. A 7.84 on the 7.83 dial-in. Drove around Mark Tanswell. And goes on through to the next round of Typical Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator. As Danielle McCaskill comes out now, who's dialed in with a 7.26. And she's taking on Lee Hartill-Law in the BK Race Engines Ford Roadster, who's dialed in with a 7.96.
So again, 0.7 of a second head start going to Hartill-Law in the rocket lane. McCaskill will have a work cut out for her. Hartill-Law's been driving this Roadster for a lot longer than McCaskill has been in that dragster. Both lots of experience, but in these particular cars, Hartill-Law has the advantage of a little bit more seat time. Hartill-Law away with a 0.29 reaction time. McCaskill with a 1.58. I think Hartill-Law will take it. 7.99 with a 4 and a 7.96. Moves on to round number 2. McCaskill 7.19 with a 9 on a 7.26. So getting quicker each time out.
All right, Jess Turner in the ETS Racefields Dragster. She's dialed in with a 6.93, and she's taking on Gregory Hannaford from Greystanes in the Fiat Topolino. It's his first meeting in the car. First time he's driven it this weekend. Now, it's an old Fiat Topolino body, but a new chassis underneath it, and it's got a little Holden 6-cylinder in the front of it. And Jess Turner has got the nitrous-assisted 410 cube Chev in the back of her dragster.
Yeah, I think Hannaford might have been forced with that dial in at 10.95 because he was only running 13s or something like that in qualifying. So just see what unfolds here.
I dare say he's still licensing as well. 0.231 on the tree, 2.05 to the 60. Here comes Jess Turner. And Jess goes a 7.21 on a 6.93 dial-in. She was offered at 1,000 foot. But good stuff for the Hannaford family. A little bit more experience in that car. And we should start to see some more competitive times out of it. Paul Lynette in the T-Bucket Altered, dialing in with a 7.48. And Craig Davies in the front engine dragster, dialing in with an 8.25.
0.8 of a second or 2 lights on the Christmas tree. Head start going to the car in the rocket lane.
Well, 0.012 on the tree for Paul Lynette, 0.023 on the tree for Craig Davies. And Paul gets the win, a 7.48 with a 6 on a 7.48 dial-in.
Margin the victory there, 91 10,000ths of a second across the finish line.
There wasn't much in that at all.
Because Davies went right on the dial-in. He was only, I think, 10,000ths difference in it off the start line.
Wow.
So that's how close it is in Modified Eliminator. Brought to us by Timmy Hot Rod Supplies.
Well, Alan White out there now in the Unox Enterprises T-Bucket. He's dialed in with an 8.5 second pass. And in beside him, Gary Franks in the Mustang, who's dialed in with an 8.01. See Brett White just guiding his dad in. Crew chiefing this weekend on the T-Bucket. Notice they've been focusing a lot this meeting, Steve, on the wheelie bars on that car.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to get the launch re-sorted out with this car.
Well, Alan White, 0.011 on the tree.
Franks has given up the chase. 8.54 with a 0 or a 8.50. White will take the win. And Franks backing off early with a 10.37.
All right, Brendan Luke coming out now in the Affordable Mortgage Solutions Denaro Dragster. He's dialed in with a 7.42. And in beside him, Gary Durrington in his 202 powered front engine dragster. Well, you might be down on horsepower, Gary Durrington, but the good thing is it's Dolly Roan Racing, and it's always good to see the little guys have a good run against the bigger cars.
Well, Durrington's taken a few scalps in his time. I think he's got to the final with the semis at least once or twice. This with an 0.22 light to an 0.31, so has a very small advantage over Brendan Luke. Off the start line, oh, a bit of smoke out of the car at half track.
There's a lot of smoke out.
That's getting thicker, unfortunately. I think that little 202 might not be very happy in the front of that car.
No.
And I dare say Gary wouldn't be either because it's right in his face.
Yeah. Still smoking a little bit through the braking area. Our track walker's just having a good hard look. Well, our track walker's down at the end of the track and at the start line, also at 330 foot. They seem happy that there's nothing on the track, but we are double checking half track from where a lot of that smoke started. So this is round one of the Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator. As Peter Brown fires up. As Steve said earlier, he's had a bit of a mixed day, but he's dialed in with a 7.68. Sponsored by Sims Integrated Solutions, Timmy Hot Rod Supplies and BK Race Engines. This will be our last pass for round 1 of Atomic Hot Rod Supplies, and then we'll be getting into Top Sportsman.
.35 on the tree for Peter Brown on a solo. The car running straight down the centre of the lane. 765 with a 6 on a 768.
Alright guys, we're into round 1 of Top Sportsman. Mark Philp in the wet/VP Commodore. Now he had a bit of an issue on his last pass, so it's good to see the car back. But he's up against Paul Partridge in the BK Race Engines Coating King Ford Mustang, who's dialed him with a 7.81, and he is super consistent. And he's got his good luck charm here this weekend. Paul Gowan.
Don't jinx him just yet.
Don't jinx him. .007 on the tree from Paul Partridge. Mark Philp doing the chasing. And Paul Partridge gets there 7.98 with a 4 at 152. Galvo looks pretty pumped down there. Of course, one of our commentators here at Sydney Dragway.
All right, Heracles Kazantzidis and George Matter about to do battle. Shouldn't be too much in this one off the start line at 8-0 dialed in for Heracles in the aeroflow lane. And in the rocket lane, George has dialed in with a 785. Tirana.
Yeah, Heracles has been really on it all day. He's not too far away from getting into the 7s in this car. He's been running 800 pretty much all day, and he's dialed in with that. George Marta has got 632 cubes of Chev power on board in the A Civil VP Race Fuels Tirana. 7.85 dial in, so not too much between them. Although Georgia want to be on his game up against Heracles.
.093 on the tree for Heracles in the red Commodore. Is out in front at the moment. Still out in front. There you go, 788, 798 with an 8. 169 mile an hour for Kazantzidis. Breaks out, handing the win to Matter, who went 802 with a 9.
All right, Jeff Alston in the big Chevy Camaro. 632 cubes of big block Chev. And in beside him, Jeffrey Sargent in his Chevrolet Camaro. He's got 522 cubes of Chev power with nitrous, as evidenced by the purge. Jeffrey's dialed in with a 7.85. Jeff Alston dialing in with an 8 flat. Jeffrey Sargent gets the win. A 7.87, unfortunately a red light from Jeff Alston. All right, Joe Sabello coming out now in his VZ Commodore. He's dialed in with an 8.80 And in beside him, Joe Gattalari in the exclusive Transport VL Commodore, sponsored by the Mob Detailing and Motor Oil Store. He's dialed in with an 8.48. As the Bushman, just giving him 2 seconds to compose himself. Well, Joseph Bello, 0.032 on the tree. He's been struggling a little bit through qualifying, but it is race time, and he gets the win. Joseph Bello, 9000 on an 880 dial-in, and Joe Gattalari, unfortunately, out in the first round of Top Sportsman. All right, Thomas Leake coming out now. A 7.82 dial-in for Thomas in the Pontiac Grand Am. And Josh Boscovich in the Bosco Mobile Mechanical XA Coupe. He's dialed in with an 8.33.
Should be a pretty tough race this one, I reckon.
Yeah, Thomas's car's been super consistent all day.
I think Boscovich has been pretty good too, but that car a little bit less predictable off the start line is probably its Achilles heel, I will say.
Yes. Yeah, there's a little bit of lateral movement in the first 30 foot of the racetrack.
Yeah, just an observation from me sitting up here, being an expert race car tuner, that I'm not. Yeah, where Leake's car typically has just been doing everything right. 833 the dial in for Boscovich, 782 the dial in for Leake. Boscovich away with the wheels up, moving around a little bit to now back in the centre of the racetrack. Here comes Leake at the top end, and Leake gets it 785 with a 7 on a 782. He'll take the win. He had about a 10th up his sleeve off the start line as well.
All right, Brett Sheard in the big Chevy S10 Ute. He's dialed in with a 7.79.
She's getting the solo in this first round. I'm wondering if he was able to leave a pretty good reaction time in qualifying. Bumped into deep stage there now. 081 on the tree.
Something has just flown off that car just past half track. Didn't slow it down. 783 on a 7.79 dial in.
Trackwalker spotted it.
Yep.
Next up we'll have Debbie Robb and Tom Campbell. Campbell running for Grant's Performance in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in with a 982. Rob dialed in with a 906. We're in Super Sedan.
Certainly are. Round 1. Holden versus Ford. The big XB up against the VL. Well, Tom Campbell, 0.011 on the tree. And he gets the win, a 983 with a 6 on a 982 dial-in. Unfortunately, Debbie Robb went a little bit too quick.
Yeah, trying to chase down that difference in the reaction time there. Because Campbell got there first as well. So next up we see Sean Maher take on Pat Friolo.
Yes, I said earlier, I haven't got the current point scores for the New South Wales State Championship Series, but I dare say that these two would be pretty much in the top 5, and this might have a bit of championship bearing on the rounds. Sean Maher, who's super strong in the HB Tirana, but he's taking on Pat Furiolo, who is no stranger to taking out some big names, and most of all he's got consistency in the Austral Steel HQ. He's dialed in with a 10.03. Sean Maher with a 9.18. Well, Sean Marr gets the win. Unfortunately, a red light from Pat Furiolo in round 1 of Super Sedan. And Sean Marr goes 9.20 on a 9.18 dial-in. As Naomi Dyson comes out now in the B&S Waterproofing and Penrite Oil Pontiac Firebird. And she's taking on our number 2 qualifier, Pete Hamilton, in the Profection Automotive wagon, who's dialed in with an 8.62.
Yes, Hamilton will do the chasing. Dyson dialed in with a 9.27. Dyson away with a 0.98 to a 1.75 for Hamilton. Hamilton has a lot of work to do. I'm not sure if he's going to get around Dyson at the other end. No, Dyson gets there first, takes the win. 9.33 with a 4 on a 9.27. Hamilton goes too fast as well, trying to catch that Pontiac Firebird.
All right, Ross, the boss Bilby out there now, the Ford Cortina, dialing in with a 9.770. And in beside him, the Rocky Lamartina and Sons Ford Escort panel van driven by Leo Georges. He is dialed in with a 9-second flat. Well, Ross Bilby, 0.027 on the tree. And Ross gets there, backs it off, 9.86 with the 7 and a 9.70 dial-in. So he's through to the next round of Super Sedan.
Next pairing up, we'll have Dave Gruber in the strip rat Tirana, getting nicely crossed up in the burnout. He's dialed in with a 9.18. He's in the Aeroflone lane, taking on Lisa Sargent in the Chevy Nova, running for Sargent's Roofing and All Flex Engineering. Lisa, our number 1 qualifier in Super Sedan. She's dialed in with an 8.50. So around about 7/10 of a head start going to the Tirana. 0.39 on the tree for Gruber. I don't think Sargent's going to make up that gap. And a 9.24 with a 0 on a 9.18 will take the win.
All right, Lou Palumbo about to come out now in his nitrous-assisted HX. And he's going to be taking on God 383, one of the Zamet family. Okay, we've just been told to shut the engines off. So it looks like there might be just a little bit of fluid down on the track. So looks like we might have to do a little bit of a clean-up. I do apologise, it might have something to do with the Christmas tree. So just while we get this sorted, we will throw up to our big screen and we'll have a little break on the live stream. We'll get a few words from our sponsors. We'll be back very, very soon for round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com, featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks. From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything. Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow. That's why we use Aeroflow. Aeroflow's got something for you.
Hi guys, we are back here at round 5 of the Speed Adict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs. And we're currently in round 1 of 5 of Super Sedan, and we just had a little bit of an issue with the Christmas tree. So we just had to replace a light bulb and check it. Lou Palumbo in the HX Holden, dialing in with a 9.10. And Joe Zammit dialing in with a 10.02 in the Zammit and Borg Racing VL Commodore.
An 0.54 on the tree for Palumbo to an 0.13 for Zammit. Zammit with the advantage, moving towards the finish line. Both cars close to the centre line. Palumbo gets there first, but goes too fast. 9.06 with a 9 on a 9.10. Handing the win back to Zammit. He'll move into the next round, Stu.
Yep, Harry Plessis out there now in the Aeroelect Proprietary Limited GT Falcon. Dialing in with an 8.98, and Rex Webster from Madawi in the Austin A40 Ute, with a 540 cube Chev motor in the front of it and a big set of rear tyres. He's dialed in with a 9.55. Just waiting for Harry Plessis to come into full stage. Well, .009 on the tree from Rex Webster. Steve, it is on.
It sure is. Plessis is chasing him down. Not sure if he's going to get there though. He gets there first by 10, but goes too fast. 8.97 with a 2 on an 8.98. Handing the win back to Webster. He's going to move on to the next round. That's 2 runs in a row. We've seen that.
Wow.
One car getting there first, but going too quickly.
All right, Robert Velastro in the Brinks Performance VL Commodore. He's dialed in with an 8.50. And in beside him is Jim Denaro in the AAP Performance Automatics Ford Cortina. He's dialed in with a 9.44. Jim Denaro has won plenty of rounds of the New South Wales State Championship Series over the years. We'll see what Robert Velastro can pull out for us. He's been very consistent all day in the 8.5 second region. Unfortunately, a red light from Robert. So Jim Denaro through the next round.
That Commodore getting all crossed up off the start line there too, Stu. I think he would have been struggling to stay in front of Denaro even if it was a green light. All right, this will be an interesting one. Cameron Pease in the little Corolla. Little 1J on board, 2.5 litre turbo. Running into the 9s earlier this morning. 9.14 with the 5 is his quickest pass. Not sure how he's going to go building boost. 9.20 the dial into a 9.89 for Dean Giddens in the little blue Cortina. Giddens away with an 0.37. Pease with a 1 second reaction time. Unfortunately, I don't think the little Corolla is going to make that up.
No.
But let's see what he can do at the other end. 9.93 with a 7 for Giddens and a 9.2 with a 2 for Pease. So nice and consistent for Pease. Just needs to get that launch sorted and hopefully move on to some rounds.
Well, this is another bit of a David and Goliath battle. You got George Varillis in his Toyota Corolla with 350 Chev on board, about to take on Brett McNiff in the St Mary's Engines VG Coupe. And Brett McNiff, .090 on the tree. Not too much between them. I think the Valiant just in front, and the Big Val gets there, 9.28 on a 9.15 dial in. As we see Nathan Watt come out now in the Grants Performance VL Commodore. He's dialed in with a 9.22.
Running for Angels Roofing, Budget Tyre Shed, Burston Auto Parts, and Grant's Performance. 9.22 the dial in for Watt. He can elect to stage the car and do nothing, or he can run it out the back door.
Yeah, it'd probably be worth running it out the back door. I mean, the conditions have changed a lot. We've got a little bit of sunlight out on the track at the moment, which is good. Track getting a little bit of heat into it.
I would tend to agree with you, Stuart. Looks like he's going to launch it anyway. It leaves with a 1.77 reaction time.
Seemed a little bit soft in the launch, Steve, but he still went 1.33 in the 60 and goes on through with the 9.25 with the 4.
On a 9.22, nothing too wrong with that.
No. Right, Jason Field sitting down here patiently in the Telstar. The Perfect Roofing sponsored car. He's dialed in with an 8.60.
So Jason Field on a solo running for Perfect Roofing. The Ford Telstar, 427 cubes of Ford power plant on board. Leaves with a 2.03 reaction time. Looking for an 8.60 or thereabouts. 8.62 with a 1.
Yeah, 1.31 in the 60 for Jason.
And I think that concludes the first round of racing for Super Sedan.
Yep.
What do we got next, Stu?
Going by my schedule, we have got round 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters.
Just a reminder to anybody in the crowd that likes the idea of this drag racing caper and wants to give it a go, you can do that at pretty much every Wednesday night of the year here at Sydney Dragway. We have the Aeroflow Race for Real every Wednesday night. And you can run your street car, see what it'll do. All you'll need is covered shoes, long sleeve pants and a long sleeve top and an approved helmet. And I think, that, what's the entry, do you know? $60?
I think it's $60.
$60, or if you come along at a theme night and you've got one of the cars that fits into the theme nights, it's slightly discounted above that.
It is.
And if you're not a first-time racer, you can actually take a passenger.
Yep.
So if you've got somebody that wants to be a passenger, not quite confident enough to do the driving, but you want to show them what it's like to run down the quarter mile here flat out, because let's face it, you shouldn't be doing that sort of stuff on the road.
No.
And it's just not worth it. Come here for your $60 and run it out the back door, see what your car will do. Yep. Doesn't matter what it is. It could run, low 11s, mid 10s without too much of an issue, or it can run 20 seconds. It doesn't matter.
That's right. It's about having fun and racing yourself.
Yep.
Now, I've just had a message come through. If you are up in the crowd, you guys are hungry, just so you know that the gas-fired pizza van has to leave by 4:30, so there's about 40 minutes left. If you want to go get yourself a pizza before they have to go to another venue. So if you're hungry, guys, I'd suggest you go up and get your pizzas now. All right, guys, we're just setting up the end of the quarter mile for the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. And speaking about Aeroflow Race for Real, I forgot to mention, our next theme night is actually 4x4 night.
Yes.
So if you drive a four-wheel drive, or you know you've got a mate that drives a four-wheel drive, why not tell them to come out? It's always a big night.
Yes.
So I'm just
diesel-
warning you now, if you do want to get in, get your tickets early.
Yep, the diesel nights and the 4x4 nights are always very well represented here at Sydney Dragway. Good participant numbers on the racetrack and also in the pits. There's a lot of people that come along and just socialise in the pits. So yeah, as Stu said, jump on the track's website, get your tickets early. Racing from 6, and we aim to conclude by around about 10 p.m.
Yep.
Usually a fantastic night's entertainment. So jump on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au. Click on the events page and you can find your event that you're looking to come and attend. And click on the link, you can either enter your car, I believe, or you can purchase some tickets.
Yes. All right, guys, this is round 2 of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. And we've got Charlotte Leafting in the Aeroflow lane, who's dialed in with an 8.14. And Joshua Burtonshaw, running for D&J Haulage. He has dialed in with a 7.98.
So not too much in this one in terms of handicaps, a little bit over a tenth of a second going to Leafting off the start line. She's running for Speedflow Products, M-Print Industries, Ice Slushies, Aqua Bliss Candles, Claire Bear Swim School. Burtonshaw running for Scorpion Racewear, MacArthur Signs and Graphics, and his father's business, D&J Haulage. That's out for lifting. Triple
Oh,
zero,
wow.
round number 2, 000 reaction time there for lifting. She's left spot on perfect. Burtonshaw in off the shoot, and lifting will take it. Goes 8.14 with a 9 on an 8.4, so her total package there is 9 thousandths of a second.
That's awesome. Well done to the lifting team. All right, Claire Little from Forbes dialed in with an 8.04. And Alex Ruffalo, the Sydney Waterscapes B-Class Junior, he's dialed in with an 8.64. So, Claire Little got a little bit of a wait. Just over 1 light. Claire has got the reaction time .142 and gets the win at 8.04 with a 4 and an 8.04 dial in. Unfortunately, Alex Ruffalo just went a little bit too quick in chasing her down.
All right, next pairing out we'll have Alex Rottenbury and Max Perry doing battle. Rottenbury in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 8.60. Perry in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.06. Maddie Cab will be disappointed because the Perry combination is no longer available. It's just one.
Yeah.
All right, so Rottenbury will be chased by Max Perry by around about 5.5 tenths of a second. Head start going to the machine in the aeroflow lane. Well, not too much in the reaction times. Perry with a small advantage. And converts it to a win, 8.09 with a 2 on an 8.06. Across the finish line first. Moving on to the next round. Next pairing out, we've got Chloe Rakio and Tegan Smith.
Yes, 0.02 of a second time difference on the dial-in. Chloe Rakio, 7.97. Tegan Smith dialing with a 7.99. This is going to be ultra close, Steve.
It will be. Both races pretty tough. Tegan was our number 2 qualifier.
Well, .063 on the tree for Chloe Ryko. And she's got the win, a double breakout, but Chloe Ryko gets there, 9.96 with a 3. And a breakout for Tegan Smith as well, a 7.96 with a 4. 1/1000th of a second between them at the finishing line. And Chloe Ryko gets the win with a 7.96 with a 3. Well, it doesn't get much closer than that, and that's the joy of the Western Weekend of Junior Dragsters. Good, hard, close racing, and it doesn't get much closer than that.
Yeah, we shouldn't be too long down just while we remove this the safety equipment at the bottom end of the racetrack. We're then going to get underway with the next round of eliminations for Go Logistics Super Street. Yeah. You can see those cars coming under the tunnel now. Looks like a lovely day outside. That the cloud that we had a little bit earlier has burnt away, and we've got mostly blue skies.
So our super street competitors, this will be their round 2 of racing. I hope everybody's been enjoying the live stream so far, wherever you are watching around the world or around Australia. And to all our fans that are up in the crowd today, hope you guys have been enjoying the racing here at the track as well. We've still got plenty more to come. We've got round 1 of Street Fighter not too far away. And the Boosted Outlaws will be making an appearance very, very soon as well. All right, Christian Norbergen coming out now in his Holden Kingswood in the Aeroflow lane, dialing in with a 10.68. And in beside him, Barry Willis from Batto Bay in the Mustang. He's dialed in with a 10.95. Well, Norbergen gets the win, a 10.76 on a 10.68 dial-in. As Dale Brown comes out now in the on-site rental group. Chrysler 300C taking on Jim Raptus in his Holden Tirana. 1/100th of a second is the difference in the dial-in. Jim Raptus dialing in with a 10.71, Dale with a 10.70. And Dale, well, he's got the start line advantage, .089 on the tree. Jim Raptor sounds like he has jumped off the go pedal and he's got the win, and 11.79 to a 12.65 for Dale Brown.
Yeah, what happened there? The 300 had the start line reaction, the reaction time advantage, but that's as far as it went.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
It wasn't losing traction or anything. It just didn't go as good as what it should have.
Ah. Tex Griffiths dialing in now with a 10.33 in the Plymouth Satellite, and Adam Bowers in the Commodore dialing in with a 12.23. Goes .007 on the tree for Adam Bowers. Tex Griffiths, well, he's got a bit of a drive job ahead of him.
His light's not bad at 0.67.
No.
But Bowers will take the win. He gets there first. Moves on to the next round with a 12.29 on a 12.23. Next up, Craig Warren and Richard Matasevic to do battle. Warren in the Tirana dialed in with a 10.10. Matasevic in the Ute dialed in with a 10.58.
Well, Richard Matasevic, .020 on the tree. Craig Warren has got to try and get around him. He can't do it. A 10.63 and a 10.58 dial-in for Richard Matasevic. As Michael Walsh comes out now in the Russo Performance and the ANW Wheels VY Commodore. He's dialed in with a 10.90. And Chris Zammit in the VT. He's dialed in with a 12.07. He gets the win, unfortunately, a red light from Michael Walsh.
Yeah, I reckon those two probably psyched each other out a little bit, I reckon, because they're both very good on the reaction times and the ETs. Sabat gets their first 12.65 with a 6 on a 005.
All right, Chris Creech from Banks in the ACT, the Profection Automotive VZ Ute. He is dialed in with a 10.04. He was our number one qualifier with a 10.006.
037 on the tree. So just going to run it out the back door, looking for a 10.0 here. 10.11 with a 1.
You see Adam Bowers coming up the return road. I think Danny wants his car back, mate. Just quietly. Danny's probably down at the back going, no, I don't want it back. I'm happy with the Chaz.
What are you talking about, Stu? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got next? We got Street Fighter by the look of it.
We do. Round number 1 of Street Fighter. And Lockie McCaskill coming out now, the Mark 1 Welding Commodore, dialing in with a 15.13. And Grant Law in the Toyota RAV4, he is dialed in with a 20.50.
All right, so a 5-second head start going to Grant Law in the RAV4. For McCaskill, that's going to seem like an eternity. Here goes the tree for the RAV4. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4. And it's probably a bit slow on the count.
Well, Lockie has definitely got reaction time, 0.105 to a 0.657 for Grant. But nevertheless, Grant is out there having a lot of fun. And Lockie drives around him. Unfortunately, Grant Law broke out. He went a little bit too quick. So Lockie McCaskill through to the next round of Street Fighter. As Tim Roberts comes out now in the Ford Falcon, about to take on Nicholas Bennett in the Mudgee Carpet Court Holden Gemini.
We hear the Gemini up on the converter, leaves with a 160 reaction time, dialed in with a 13.26. In hot pursuit of the Falcon. And gets there, goes 13.387 on a 13.26 dial in. Takes the win, moves into the next round. Next pairing out, we'll have Dave Trevathan in the red XR8 taking on Jack Matasevic in the blue Barra-powered car. Matasevic's dialed in with a 14.38 Stu. He will be chasing the Trevathan XR8.
Yeah, running for Welsh Family Racing. And 0.027 on tree for David. 0.071 for Jack Matasevic.
Anybody's race come to the finish line. That Barra-powered car running down the AU, and he didn't get there, but forced him into a breakout. So Matasevic will move into the next round. 14.451 takes the win. The red XR8 going a little bit too fast.
All right, Wayne Smith in the Club Sport, about to take on Danny Stoudemire in the Greyhound Rescue Honda Jazz. Oh, Danny Stoudemire, a big red light, and Wayne Smith gets the automatic win through the next round of Street Fighter. And a 13.38 with a 5 on a 13.38 dial in for Wayne Smith. All right, Glenn Garlick coming out now. The Chipping Norton Motors Holden Commodore, dialing in with a 13 flat. And Ben Roberts in beside him, dialing in with a 14.70.
Roberts has left the red light. 0-5 red. Garlick's going to take the win here. Test the dial in, looking for 13 flat or thereabouts. 12.90 with a 4. Took the opportunity to test it. Roberts went about 2/10 too quick as well. 14.50 on his 14.70.
All right, Alan Stevenson coming out now in the HQ. He's dialed in with 13 flat. And Brett O'Connor, the Jenkins Performance Engines, Holden, Colorado, dialing in with a 16.32.
3,000 in it off the start line. We'll come down to who can run closest to the dial in. And it will be Alan Stevenson to take the win. 13.015 on a 13.00 dial in. So he's moving into the next round. Next up, we'll see Michael Bennett in the LC Tirana taking on Don Zamet. Zamet's dialed in with a 13.05. The Tirana dialed in with a 13 flat, so you're not going to pick this one off the start line, the difference in the lights. So Don Zamet with a much better reaction time, Stu. Yeah. 0.40 on the tree.
But the Tirana got the better 60 foot, so and he broke out unfortunately at 12.70 on a 13-second dial in. So Don Zamet 13.12 on a 13.05. All right, we are into bikereview.com.au, modified bike. This is round 2. And we got Santina Keith on board the Royal Enfield, dialing in with a 10.57 up against Mark Davies on the Jexa, who's dialed in with a 9.80.
Davies with a better reaction time. Santina is gone, though. I don't think Davies is going to catch her. Santina, she got there first by a mile, but unfortunately went slightly too fast, handing the win back to Davies.
Yeah, wasn't looking over her shoulder, was she?
No, unfortunately she didn't, as you say, didn't have the glance over the shoulder. I know some riders and racers prefer not to do that, but Davies very lucky there. We'll move into the next round.
Yep. All right, Lucas Nigo on board this Jexa 1000, dialing in with the 10 flat, and Albie Davison on the Suzuki, dialing in with a 1060, and Albie Davison 1060 with a 2 and 1060 dial in.
Yeah, something going away there for the rider in the airflow lane there, who went 6/10 off the dial in. So that's how Davison was able to get around him and take the win. Next up, Lorenzo Capogna and Adrian Watson. Capogna dialed in with an 8.99. He's in the airflow lane on the Harley-Davidson V-Rod for Powerhouse Motorcycles. Watson dialed in with an 11.10 on the Shed Built Racing Yamaha R6.
I thought Lorenzo had deep stage then, Steve, but
Very,
the chase and gets there.
Well, they seemed very close at about 1,000, but a 9.15 with a 3 for Capogna will take the win there. He'll move into the next round.
Right, Peter Strudwick on the board the V-Rod. He's dialed in with a 9.44. I dare say he might just accept the green here. So I don't think he did a burnout. He's going to have a crack. Where he goes a 9.49 on a 9.44 dial in.
All right, next round of Extreme Bike now.
Yeah.
And we've got Dejan Stevens and Jeff Grattan. So that smoke out of Grattan's machine on round number 1 must not have been as bad as you and I first thought, Stu.
No, this is round 2 of the Chicago shootout, just due to the numbers. And it's good to see Jeff back out. Should ask him what he prefers, the bike or the car.
Well, I think the bike's probably a lot cheaper to run.
Oh, definitely.
And he doesn't need the same number of crew.
True.
But yes, there would be 2 completely different sensations, I'm sure, as running the 5-second Pro Slammer compared to his 9-second Extreme bike.
All right, Dion has a party on board the Jackson 1000. Oh, Jeff Grattan, .046 on the tree.
Lot cleaner pass that time
Wow.
around. 9:48 with a 9 Stu, 175 mile an hour.
8:48 for Jeff Grattan. That's quick. That's the quickest pass he's done all day.
Yes, by a long way.
Great pass.
All right, next pairing up we'll have Brendan Miglianico on the Rams Head Services Suzuki GSX-R 1000.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Dion when she jumps on the new bike. Hopefully towards the end of the year or early next year. Good class, this one, the extreme bike class. Better than Bigley and Nico winding up the boost on the Jexer. I reckon Brendan has got this one, yes, an 8:36 with the 4 at 175 miles an hour. There was a little turn of the tyres off the start line for Brendan. All right, Leonard has a party. Coming out now. It's run a 7.0. Well, 1.20 in the 60, Steve. And Ronson 3 goes 6.82 with the 6.
Yeah, that's a better ride for Leonard. 682 with a 6, 211 miles an hour through the finish line.
Great stuff there from Leonard as a party.
It's around about 330 kilometres an hour or thereabouts.
Wow.
Seems to do it easy.
Oh, about to get into the second round of the Chicago shootout for street bike. And we got Phil Gardner on board the Yamaha in the Rocket Lane, and he's taking on Stefan Stavala on the Powerhouse Cycles Night Rod.
See now the shadows starting to lengthen here at Sydney Dragway. So if we come into the late afternoon, the racetrack virtually in shade now. All right, 0.33 on the tree for Stefan Stavala. Dialed in with a 10.20, chasing down Phil Gardner. Oh, a double breakout, both races going too fast. Gardner got there first, but went under by more, handing the win back to Stefan Stavala. So he'll take the win points. Next pairing up, we have Angela Hunt and Tristan Anderson. Hunt in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.95. Anderson in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 13.99.
Yeah, a little 600cc, the Royal Enfield. Now, unfortunately, Tristan Anderson looks like he might have rolled the beam there, Steve. So, Angela Hunt goes through to the next round of the street bike class and goes at 10.91 on a 10.95 dial-in. All right, Robert Gilb coming out now on the ZZR, the 1100, dialing in with a 1060, and Colin Northcott from Bass Hill on the Ducati Diavel, dialing in with a 10.22. Well, a 10.65 for the win from Robert Gilb and a 10.60 dial-in. Pete has got around Colin Northcott, so that's a big skull.
Yeah, Northcott a little bit slower off the start line there, but that is what it is. Gilb has taken the round win points. We'll see all those competitors back for their third and final round of Chicago Shootout.
And we are into round 2 of Super Sedan. And we've got Joe Zammit about to take on Jason Field. Jason Field dialing in with an 860. Joe Zammit, 10.07. Oh, 0.022 on the tree from Joe Zammit. Unfortunately, a red light from Jason Field. And Joe runs on through with a 10.15 for the win.
Bit of an uncharacteristic red light there from Jason Field, a fairly big one. Salmon will move on to the next round. Big bird out there from Naomi Dyson. 9.26 the dial-in. This will be a tough race. We've got Naomi, an ex-junior dragster racer, been driving this car for quite some time, and she's taking on Brett McNiff, who, if you've been around drag racing at all in the last 15 years at Sydney Dragway, would have seen a McNiff run down the racetrack at some point or another.
I still remember his dad's old Valiant.
Yes. And his mum's Cortina as well, so racing in the blood.
Oh.
And there's 2 red lights in that lane in a row. 0.33 on the tree for Naomi. On the red side, McNiff will take the win.
Yeah, Naomi also broke out a 9.24 on a 9.26 dial-in. All right, Sean Maher coming out now, the HB Tirana, who's dialed in with a 9.18, and Rex Webster, who is dialed in with a 9.55 in the A40 Ute.
Webster down from Medowie up on the in the Hunter region. Up on an angle south. Oh, Webster with the start line advantage. I can't say that too often against Sean Maher. Will he convert it to a win? No, he doesn't. Maher running a 9.21 with a 3 on 9.18. Across the finish line first to take the win. And Webster's day is done.
It is. Dean Giddens out now, the Street Neat panel and paint, Ford Cortina. Dialing in with a 9.89, and Jim Denaro, the AAP Performance Automatics Ford Cortina. He is dialed in with a 9.44. So Dean Giddens, you'll want to be on his A game. Well, 0.077 to a 0.042. The Cortina probably just in front at half track, and Jim Denaro drives around him and goes a 9.49 on a 944 dial-in.
Yes, nice. Denaro got there first by around about 200ths of a second. Not too much at all. Next up, we'll have Ross Bilby in the Ford Cortina. 434 cubes of Windsor on board. Dialed in with a 970. He's taking on Nathan Watt. Now, Watt had the solo run in the first round. Dialed in with a 925 here. He ran as fast as a 918 in qualifying. Not too much in this one off the start line. Watt with the smallest of advantages off the reaction time. And Watt converts to a win. 928 with a 3 on a 925. Bilby on the trailer with a 978 on his 970.
All right, Dave Gruber coming out now. 9.18 dial-in for Dave. He's taking on Tom Campbell in the Crans Performance VL Commodore. Dialing in with a 9.82. This should be a good race as well, actually, between those two. The Tirana and the Commodore. Oh, just as I say that, big red light from Tom Campbell. And Dave Gruber gets the win. He's through the next round of Super Street. Sorry, Super Sedan. Alright, we are into round 2 of Typic Hot Rod Supplies Modified.
Alright, and it looks like the first pairing of the round will be a solo to Stephanie Heisman's in the Great Western Auto Wreckers. T-bucket altered. Didn't look to be a big smoky burnout. I'm wondering if Steph's going to run the thing out the back door or whether she's just going to accept the green.
There's a quick little hose to the tyres.
If she does run it out the back door, she's looking for a 793 or thereabouts. Car moving over towards the wall a little bit. Back in the center of the lane now. 807 with a 7. 165. Move into the next round.
Yep.
Looks like our next pairing out, Stu, will be Paul Lynette and Adriana McCaskill.
Well, Adriana, she's been running straight and hard all day, dialing you with a 7.09, and Paul Lynette, don't discount Paul, 7.48 dial in. Tell you what, it's got a really nice note to it, that car of Adriana McCaskill's.
It does. Nearly 600 cubes of big block. I assume Chev in the chassis rails there. Pretty quick as Nelly in the sixes. I think she qualified 7:08 or something like that, I think.
Yeah.
So plenty carby on top there. It's not no nitrous or no other power adder. It's just a naturally aspirated engine. So certainly making plenty of horsepower.
Oh yeah.
Just waiting on Lynette to move into pre-stage. red light. 009 red. And a 711 with a 0. For McCaskill to take the win, 188 mile an hour. Next up, we'll have Alan White taking on Jess Turner. White in the T-bucket, dialed in with an 851. Running for Arnox Enterprises. And Jess Turner running for ETS Race Fuels. Dominator Converters and Denso Spark Plugs. Kavanagh Auto Parts. Nitrous Assisted 410 Chevy.
Yep. 693 dial in with the nitrous assisted 410 cube Chev on board for Jess. And Alan White, well, he went .011 as a reaction time on one of his previous passes. So you just want to be on a game. We know that Dragster can drive quick, but it's all about the reaction time at this point in time.
Double 04 on the tree for Alan White. 064 on the tree for Jess Turner. Here comes that dragster at the bottom end of the racetrack. It will be Alan White. Goes 855 with a 0. 151 mile an hour on an 851 dial in. It's a pretty big scalp for Al White there. He's going to move into the next round. 698 with a 7 for Jess Turner.
Yeah.
Not a bad pass from her at all, but Whitey just a little bit sharper on the tree and also on the dial in.
Right, Lee Hartill Law coming out now. The BK Race Engines Ford Roadster, dialing in with a 7.98, and in beside him Peter Brown in the Sims Integrated Solutions Dragster. He's dialed in with a 7.64.
Should be another tough battle. Both races very experienced in modified eliminator. The dragster to do the chasing. RPM starts to build. Hardmore away with an 0.25. There's 4,000 in the reaction time. Brown with the smallest of advantages. Looks like Hartelaw has got out of the throttle and is moving over towards the wall. Let's hope everything's okay there. A 7.98 with a 7 on a 7.64 for Brown will take the win.
Yeah, Peter Brown had the shoots out just before the finishing line. But unfortunately, looks like Hartill Law has a bit of an issue in the Roadster.
He's actually pulled the car up just after the finish line there, Stu.
Yep.
So maybe thinking there might be something coming out of that.
Yeah, it looks like he's out of the car as well.
He definitely made a move towards the wall, but under control, which was good. And doing the right thing. If he is dropping something, hopefully the cleanup is minimalised.
Yep. Well, just while we've got this little bit of a break, guys, we might throw up to the big screen. We'll get a few words from some of our sponsors here for round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champs.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender, The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46
Welcome back to Sydney Dragway. We're partway through round number 2 of Timmy Cotrod Supplies Modified Eliminator. Just had to remove a stricken little roadster from the bottom end of the racetrack. Thankfully, no cleanup. And we've got Brendan Luke from Jamison Town in the Affordable Mortgage Solutions APD carburetors backed rear engine dragster, taking on, dialed in with a 743 He's in the airflow lane, taking on George Bukareshvili. 783 is his dial in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster, also running for Advanced Product Design, Ryan Tui Racing and Motorsport Connections. This little LS powered dragster is super quick, only 365 cubes of power plant according to its entry. Into the 770s, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're doing a great job there with that car. Of course, it'd be fairly light compared to the big rear-engine dragster that's beside him.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit lighter, but not. I can't foresee that it'd be a huge amount lighter. But the front-engine car, probably what it makes up for being a little bit lighter, loses in aggressiveness, I guess, that you can leave the start line at and all that sort of thing. But George does a great job in steering this car.
Wow.
027 on the tree. He's just made 2.9 tenths. We're going to see that dragster back again. 786 with a 5. 171 through the finish line with an 027 light. Brendan Luke had some dramas there, probably a little bit off-put after the car, I think, stopped at the end of the burnout. 748 with a 4. Was just a little bit slow on the reaction time.
It was moving around a little bit too at the end of the track. All right, we are into Top Sportsman. This is round 2, and we've got Paul Partridge coming out up against Brett Sheard. Paul Partridge dialing in with a 7.81. Brett Sheard has dialed in with a 7.82. It's on.
It's on, it certainly is.
Oh.
Partridge is going to move on to the next round, though. 029 green. Sheard was a little bit too quick on the tree. 782 with a 3 on a 781. It's unfortunate because Sheard got there first. But also left the start line first as well. Next up, we have George Matter in the A-Civil VP Race Fuels backed Holden Tirana, dialed in with a 795. In beside Thomas Leake with a 782.
Yeah, Thomas Leake has been running super well all day. Actually, ever since he bought this Pontiac Grand Am, he's really been on his game. Not that he wasn't before with the Hilux, but this car in particular, he's really stepped it up. Although he's no stranger to some quick, naturally aspirated cars, because his dad is Bruce Lee.
I was going to say, what was the other car he had before that? Was a really nice LH Tirana, wasn't it? Was that Thomas or his brother?
I'm not sure, actually, to be honest.
The dark aqua green colour one. Anyway, this should be an interesting race. There's not much in the dial-ins difference. The Tirana will leave first. 089 to an 017 lead with the advantage already in front at half track, and converts to a win. 788 with a 7 on a 782, and an 804 with a 1 on a 795 there for George Matter in the airflow lane.
All right. Smoke and Joe Sabello out in the Commodore. As I mentioned, this is one of his 3 race cars that he has, that he tends to bring out. And this one is his very similar setup to what the Skyline is. If you're regularly here at Sydney Dragway, he's got a Datsun Skyline with a supercharged LS motor in it. Well, this one's got similar, except it is set up to run a little bit quicker. And he's also got a Silver or 180SX at home as well with a similar setup. And Jeffrey Sargent in the Chevrolet Camaro. 0.021 on the tree. Nitrous assisted. Well, I think the Camaro's got this one, Steve.
Yeah, in front of 1,000, and he'll take it 788 with an 8 on a 783. Joe, a 917 with a 5 on an 880. He had some issues there because he was a little bit slow on the Christmas tree by Joe's standards. I say that with all with all respect. I've muffed that up completely. But
right,
Joe, normally in the O lights, 99% of the time when he's in the Datsun.
Yeah, well, I was going to say he's won enough money here at Aeroflow Race for Real over the years.
Yes, he has. He's
Probably
won
helped
quite
pay
his
for
fair
his-
share.
Probably helped pay for his new race car.
Maybe not, but it would have gone close.
Yeah, true.
All right, we're moving into Super Gas, aren't we,
We
Stu?
are into Super Gas. This is Chicago Shootout Round 2. We got Greg South in the West End Performance G-Force, sponsored Tirana, and Tony Polito in the Ford Probe, dialing in, 990 fixed index these guys have got. .007 on the tree for Tony Polito.
So he's got a bunch up his sleeve, but that car's been running quick all day. Again, a 950. And Greg South takes it 992 with the 5, 146. Next up, we'll see Joe Catanzariti in the Firebird, taking on Vince Panetta. Panetta in the Holden Tirana, running for straight line paint and panel. This car always looking immaculate. Catanzariti with an 080 reaction time. Panetta with an 028. Catanzariti moved around a little bit when the throttle stop came off there. Runs a 986 with a 3. A little bit too fast, but Panetta a 993 with a 4.
Well, Anthony Panetta coming out now in the Holden Calibra, also sponsored by Straight Line Paint and Panel. And he's taking on Roy Romeo in the Burson Auto Parts at Narellan, sponsored used to drive the VP Commodore. I missed that car. But now he's got the Roadster with the 350 Chev. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a little bit of news for you. Coming up very, very soon, we've got Boosted Outlaws. And if you are up in the stands, you are in for a big, big surprise. This car is coming out for licensing. Our officials here at Sydney Dragway have officially dubbed it the Batmobile. And we will soon see Russell Mills come out in his front-engine dragster, but it's no ordinary front-engine dragster. I saw it yesterday for the first time, and I fell in love with it. So I'll tell you, you guys are in for a surprise. If you're watching on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, keep yourselves glued to the screen, because I'll tell you, this thing is going to blow your mind and rock your socks off, I'll tell you. Can't wait. And looks like the Sainty Pro alcohol car is back as well, so they've got that one all fixed up, which is great to see. So that's coming up very, very soon after Super Gas. And I can see John Willard sitting patiently down the bottom here in the Anglia. As the Bushman said, this thing is wild, it runs quick. And sponsored by Atlantic Oils as well, who are one of our sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. And the crew looking great in the team shirts. And man, what a car. And he's going to be taking on Anthony Bull in the BA Falcon, the Shire Automotive and Mechanical car. So hopefully, Steve's just had to duck out for a sec. I hope Steve will be able to jump back in before we start these cars, because I know Steve will want to watch this. He'll want to keep an eye on what's happening with John Willard's car Sponsored by Craig's Automatics, Concept Paints, Torque Calibration Services, Flat Out Services, Peter Mitchinson Engineering, and Gillespie Hemi. And both cars about to fire up. Anthony Bull, the Shire Performance Engines and Machining, BA Falcon, a pair of supercharged sedans. Here we go, Sydney Dragway. Right, Johnny Willard and Anthony Bull done their respective burnouts. Now, I can see the team. Oh, they're just opening the doors, that's all right. I thought there might have been a slight problem with Anthony's car, which we don't want to see. That car's been running really well all day. And as I said before, it's great to see some late-bodied cars make their way out onto the drag strip, and well done to Anthony Bull's team, because they used to have the XF Falcon. That car has been sold. It's now part of the Castle Hill Performance stable. And now he's got this bad boy, John Willard, in the little Anglia. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to strap in. We're about to go supercharged sedan racing. John Willard, Anthony Bull. Oh, Anthony Bull, 1.18 to the 60. John Willard, 1.05 to the 60. And goes at 667, 198 miles an hour to a 776 from Anthony Bull. I'll tell you what, Anthony Bull off the start line, that thing was like a rocket ship. John Willard, though, down the end of the track. The Atlantic Oil sponsored Anglia. Rock and roll, sausage roll. That thing was awesome down the end there. Oh, man. Do we love to turn it on here at City Dragway or what? Love it. If you're watching on the live stream, guys, I hope you enjoyed that pass. That was awesome. All right, it is time for Peter Lovering now to come out in the Gulf Western Oil and Speed Flow Sainty powered Pro Alcohol funny car. Had a little pop on the burst panel on its previous pass. The guys have been working hard to get the car back together. It's been fairly aggressive off the start line. So we'll see what the car has got. I can see Russell Mills' car still out the back in the staging lanes, guys, because he still has to do another licensing pass before he can start officially racing the car. But fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, we might see that car come out for a very special licensing pass. And if you're watching on the live stream, guys, you'll be able to feast your eyes on some marvellous creation of a drag car. You know, we talked about aerodynamics and in drag racing, and some people like to be about at the forefront and do things a little bit differently. And this is one very nice looking car. You may have already seen the photos of it on the City Dragway website. If you've been on Facebook. but we'll be able to see it out here in anger, hopefully very soon. But before we get to that, Peter Lovering coming out in the Gulf Western Oil Speedflow Dodge, also sponsored by Motorsport Connections. Let's see how they go with this car. I can see Brett White. Maybe he's been helping a little bit with the Saint team as well. Well, .991 to the 60 for Peter Lovering, but there was a fair bit of tyre shake out of that car. And Peter just getting a little bit of data. So yeah, you can see the tyre marks. Thankfully, they are straight. That's the positive thing for the Sainty team. But there is a fair bit of tyre shake. It came out of that car. They're not the easiest cars to tune. And once you get a bit of tyre shake, it usually takes a little bit of time to get on top of it. But they'll get there. So that was round 3 of the Chicago Shootout for Boosted Outlaws.
What's coming up next, Stu?
Round 3 of Go Logistics Super Street.
Okay, I'm just looking at the times while that is still on our screen here. John Willard, 6:67 with a 2, so that's his quickest run of the day, and he's some 10 mile an hour down on what he ran before.
Yeah.
Wow. The shoots out early, unfortunately, I had to step away.
It moved around a little bit again down the end of the track.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know whether he might have just erred on the side of caution, but I tell you what, it was an awesome looking run from up here. And Anthony Bull, I must say, Anthony got out of the hole quite quickly, 1.0. So that's an encouraging sign for the Bull team.
Yes. Yeah, nice.
As you said, they don't able to race all the time, obviously for business commitments. But it's good to see him out here this weekend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I did mention that we've got something special coming up. And for those people that are here at the track, if you want to get your phones out, guys, feel free. If you're watching on the live stream, ladies and gentlemen, don your best Batman cowl.
I was going to say, look, yeah.
Because we've got City Dragway's own Batmobile about to make its way out onto the quarter mile for a licensing pass. Of course, Russell, no stranger to very quick pro-alcohol cars, Steve. And his previous car was a Richard Bodicus chassis front-engine dragster. Well, this one is kind of a front-engine dragster. It's a McKinney chassis. And the difference being is it's got a very long body on it and an open cockpit. So for aerodynamics, it's very streamlined. There is nothing like this car in Australia, and as far as I know, there is nothing like it in the world. So we're talking about engineering in this country, about how good our drag races are in Australia compared to how they are in the US. We're just as good as the US. They just race a lot more than we do. So Russell Mills, let's see what he's got in store for us. This is only a licensing pass, so please just bear that in mind. But you're getting your first look at a fairly futuristic looking pro-alcohol dragster.
I haven't seen enough of it to make a call yet.
Yeah, I know.
I can just see the nose sticking up from underneath us here from the commentary box. I know it certainly looked an interesting piece of kit as it went in under the tunnel. But as you say, Russell, no stranger to driving interesting, slightly different combinations of cars. As we saw the, I think, what we nickname it, the All Funster.
The All Funster, yeah.
Yep, was the previous ride.
Well, this is kind of like the All Funster 2. This is like the second incarnation.
Yep.
Of that. And look, I'll be honest, when I pulled up yesterday, I actually thought it was a funny car. And
Yep.
then when I saw it in the flesh, I was pumped. And I mean, I get pumped anyway, hence why my nickname is Pocket Rocket. But I'll tell you, this thing almost sent me to Mars when I saw it come out. And we are very lucky here at Sydney Dragway, and particularly everybody up in the stands and everybody that's watching on the live stream. It's taken a long time to build this car. Russell has taken his time with it. And now here it is in all its glory. As far as I'm aware, only the second time it would have hit the drag strip, and that's today.
Okay. So hopefully we can get this car licensed as soon as possible and get Russell into competition and see how it fares against that competition. We all know that the Mills machine are very capable of making plenty of horsepower.
Ross Mills, really top bloke to have a conversation with. And here it comes, the Batmobile, as one of our officials called it yesterday. Russell Mills has gone through his burnout procedure. Right, Brett White just going to help Russell guide the car in. Right, so this is for licensing purposes, ladies and gentlemen. Big rattle of the tyres off the start line. Still went .937 in the 60 for Russell Mills. And that was with a fair bit of tyre shake, but nevertheless got the car down the quarter mile. So plenty more development in that car still to come. But there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You got your first taste of the new Russell Mills front engine dragster. So the Pro Alcohol Dragster, as it is denominated as. All right, guys, we're going to get into round 3 of Go Logistics Super Street. And we're going to have Richard Martisevic, who is going to be taking on Adam Bowers in the Commodore. Adam dialed in with a 12.23. Richard Martisevic has dialed in with a 1060.
Alrighty, both cars are moving into a stage now. As Stewie just said, Matisevic will have to chase down Adam Bowers. Alright, 1:25 reaction time for Bowers off the start line. 0.85 red for Matisevic. The red Commodore will take the win, move into the next round. 12.25 with a 5 on a 12.23. Next up, we'll have Jim Raptis and Chris Zammit doing battle. Raptis in the yellow Tirana, dialed in with a 1071. Zammit in the Commodore, dialed in with a 1207. Oh, Zammit with an uncharacteristic red light, 021 red. And I'll tell you what, Raptis was lucky because he left before the third amber.
Yeah, both cars just idling through over the finishing line. All right, Chris Creech is about to come out in the Perfection Automotive Ute. He's going to be taking on Christian Norbergen in the Kingswood. He's dialed in with a 10.73 and Chris Creech dialing in with a 10.04.
Our number 1 qualifier versus our number 9 qualifier. HQ with the big red light, 027 on the tree. Breach with a 138 green light. He's moving into the next round. Unfortunately, the HQ's racing is done for today. 10.03 with a 9. 135 there for the Ute on a 10.04. So 1,000ths under the dial in.
Yeah, got lucky Chris Creech there.
HQ 1077 with an 8 on a 1073. Yep. And I'd say, Stu, we're about to get underway with the next round of Junior Dragster. Seems I've just seen them push in under the tunnel. Yep. So we've just got to put their safety apparatus back at the end of the quarter mile here. So while we do that, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of words from our sponsor, and we'll be right back with you.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Dragway. Getting underway with the next round of racing for Junior Dragster. Brought to us by Western Weekend, round number 3 of 5. And we're kicking off the round with Claire Little in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.04. She's taking on Charlotte Leafding, dialed in with an 8.14, of course, in the Rocket lane. Claire Little running for Mum and Dad. Leafding running for Speedflow Products, Imprint Industries, the Ice Slushy Machines, Aqua Bliss Candles, and the Claire Bear Swim School. Claire Little qualified 9th this morning. Charlotte not too far behind in 11th position. I think Leafding dropped a 000 last round. Just waiting on Little to drop into full stage. Tree counts down 142 on the tree for Claire Little. 074 on the tree for Leafding. And Leafding takes it. 8.29 with a 7 on an 8.14. To move into the next round. 8.24 with a 5 on an 8.04 for Claire Little. All right, next pairing out we have Max Perry taking on Chloe Rakio. Rakio dialed in with a 7.95 in the Rocket lane, Albion Park. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is actually our semi-final because there's only 2 pairs. So Charlotte Leafding will be moving into the final up against Max Perry, I would say, because we've only got 2 pairs and that's the semi-finals.
Yeah.
So congratulations to both those drivers. Max Perry through to the next round with a 8.27 with an 8 on his 8.05. And unfortunately for Chloe, she's left the red light on the start line.
Yep.
So that will tie up the final round for Junior Dragster, of course brought to us by Western Weekender.
All right, guys, just while we're waiting on some cars to make their way around into the staging lanes, we're just going to throw to a few ads and we'll be back very, very soon for round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship
We have these
Series.
things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps. Copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race,
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something for you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper. Delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at Sydney Dragway. Just assembled a few pairs in the staging lanes, and we're underway with Timmy Hot Rod Supplies, Modified Eliminator. Their next round of racing, and we've got Stephanie Heisman's in the red T-Bucket Altered, taking on Alan White in the maroon T-Bucket Altered.
Yeah, two very distinctively different styles of altered. Obviously, we've got the Bantam altered of Stephanie Heisman's, which has got a fuel altered look about it with the wing. And then you've got Alan White, who's got the more conventional looking T-Bucket. But this is going to be a good race. Alan's been really good on his reaction times all day, I've noticed.
He has been pretty good.
I wonder if they've done some updates to that car. Because it is behaving really, really well at the moment. Brett's got that thing so well sorted.
Heisman's dialed in with a 7 at 99. So she will be chasing Alan in the rocket lane. Alan's dialed in with a 8.51. Heisman's just rolling up towards the start line. Running for Auto 1 at Orange, Cool Shirt Systems Australia, and Great Western Auto Wreckers on board with her. Arnox Enterprises backing Alan White and his racing endeavours. Here we go. Whitey away with a 0.38 reaction time. Heisman's with a 1.53. So Whitey with a distinct advantage moving towards the finish line now. it will be Alan White moving on to the next round. 8.55 with an 8 on an 8.51. 0.38 light. Heisman's a 7.99 with a 6 on a 7.99, but just that little bit further away on the reaction time, I think, was told the story there.
Yep. Right. Sorry, Peter Brown coming out now, the Sims Integrated Solutions Dragster, 7.66 dial in for him. Up against George Bukareshliv from Bass Hill in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster. The little LS on board. They say LS the world and Barra the world. Well, you know, it's good to see an LS in modified. Of course, we've seen them around in a couple of other categories, particularly Pro Mod. And, see what George's got for us. He's dialed in with a 783. Peter Brown, 540 cubes of shed power on board. He's dialed in with a 766.
Bukareshliv away from the start line with an 0.41. Brown away with an 0.58. The front engine dragster takes it. Brown got there first, but went too fast. 7.65 with a 5 on a 7.66. Handing the win over to Bukareshliv with a 7.86 with a 1 on his 7.83. Going to move into the next round, Stuart.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup next round if he's up against Alan White. All right, Adriana McCaskill coming out for the solo. She's dialed in with a 7.11 in the Pro Street Towing and Transport Dragster. Good time for her to send it down the quarter mile and just make sure that dial in is pretty much on point.
Adriana into pre-stage now. She'll bump forward, bring on that second white light. Tree comes down, leaves with an 0.24 light. Nice reaction time for her. Straight down the center of the rocket lane, through with a 7.09 with a 4. A little bit faster than her dial-in time, but that doesn't matter. Gives her the opportunity to test the dial-in.
Yep. All right, we're into Street Fighter. And we've got Jack Martisevic in the modern style kitchens. Ford Falcon taking on Nicholas Bennett.
All right, so the Falcon dialed in with a 14.38, taking on the Gemini, who's dialed in with a 13.26. Gemini with the better of the reaction times here, Stu, by around about half a tenth.
Barrow, though, would want to be a little bit careful that he doesn't break out.
You picked
and
it.
He does. A 14.34 with on a 14.38 dial-in for Jack Martisevic. So, unfortunately, he's on the trailer. And the little Jemmy goes through to the next lot of racing for Street Fighter. As Lockie McCaskill comes out now in the VS Commodore, about to take on Glenn Garlick in the Chipping Norton Motors Holden Commodore.
Not too much in the reaction time on this one. Garlic with a small advantage over the Ute of McCaskill. And Garlic takes the win, 13.02 with a 3 on his 13 flat dial-in. McCaskill 15.13 with a 4 on his 15.1 dial-in. Next pairing out, Alan Stevenson in the HQ Ute with the Holden 253 on board, dialed in with a 13 flat, taking on Don Zammit in the wagon. He's also dialed in 13 flat, Stu. Yeah. So heads up race.
That's what we like to see, heads up. Oh, red light there from Alan Stevenson. So unfortunately, They are on the trailer, and Don Zammit is through to the next round of Super Street. He goes to 13.05 with a 1 on a 13 flat. He was on the brakes just before the finishing line, Steve, so he obviously knew that he was travelling at a good lot of speed. As Wayne Smith comes out now in the HSV Club Sport, dialing in with a 13.38.
Leaves with an 091 light. Taking the opportunity to wind it out the back door. Let's see what it'll do. And a 13.46 with a 7 on a 13.38.
All right, we're getting into Super Sedan. And we've got Dave Gruber down there in a little Tirana, dialing in with a 9.20, and in beside him, Joe Zammit in the VL Commodore, dialing in with a 10.10 second pass. So the Zammit family out in force this weekend.
There sure are. There's about 4 of them running, isn't there? So, Holden Tirana 920 will be chasing down the VL Commodore. Joe Zammit dialed in with a 10.10. Well, not too much in this one, Stewie. 0.38 on the tree for the Tirana. 0.25 for the VL. The VL with a slight advantage. Moving towards the finish line, the VL takes it 10.10 with a 2 on a 10.10 dial-in.
Yeah.
So only 2 thousandths over the dial-in with a 0.25 light.
You got to hand it to the Zammit family, mate. They're very, very good when it comes to dial your own racing. Well, this should be a crack of a race, Steve. We've got Sean Marr in the St Mary's Engines HP Tirana and Brett McNiff in the St Mary's Engines VG Coupe. And this is another heads-up race. Both of them have dialed in with a 9.18.
Okay, well, that's great. That makes it easier for us.
Yeah, it does.
Both cars supported by St Mary's Engines. Marr from Menangle down Sydney South. If sure from the Penrith region. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that they hail from around that sort of area. All right, just waiting on Marr to move into full stage. McNiff waiting patiently. McNiff rolled the beam.
Oh, that is heartbreak for the McNiff team. Let's see what Sean Marr's going to do, though. Whether he's goes quicker than his dial-in. No, he doesn't. 9.20 with a 7 and a 9.18 dial-in.
Okay, but he did run it out the back door because the mile an hour was similar to the qualifying times that he ran earlier today.
All right, Nathan White. He has also dialed in with a 9.18. But in beside him is Jim Denaro in the AAP Performance Automatics Ford Cortina. He's dialed in with a 9.44.
All right, Nathan Watt with a 9.18. So the VL in the Rocket Lane will have to do the chasing, running for person, auto parts, budget tyre shed, Angels Roofing, and of course Grant's Performance. Denaro running for AAP Performance Automatics. Denaro Shazzy's Western Auto Picks. Oh, not too much in this one. Denaro with the advantage though. 0.31 on the light. He's out in front, still at 1,000. He's in front, and he takes it. Moves on to the next round with a 9.45 with a 6 on his 9.44.
Yeah, that was a good race, that one. Nathan was a bit slow in the reaction time, but a little bit quicker in the 60 than Jim. but not too much between them at the finishing line.
No, only about 600ths of a second. Not too much at all.
All right, guys, we're about to get into the third round of the Chicago Shootout for street bike.
All right, we've got Albie Davidson.
Oh, actually, modified bike, sorry.
Mod bike.
Mod bike. Sorry, bikereview.com.au modified bike is coming out. Sorry, Steve.
I think this should be their semi-final according to our schedule. So we've got Albie Davidson from Rutherford in the Western Smash Repairs TD Transport, TD Motorsport, I beg your pardon, backed Suzuki 1055 in the aeroflow lane. Strudwick in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 944. We'll be doing the chasing. 047 on the tree for Strudwick. Nice light for him. In front at 1,000 just. And we see the win line appear for Strudwick with a 966 with a 5 on a 944. 128 mile an hour.
Yeah, Albie Davidson, 1086 on a 1055. He's done well all day, though, as Lorenzo Capogna comes out, the Powerhouse Motorcycles V-Rod, taking on Mark Davies from Belmont on board his Jexer. Mark Davies dialing in with a 9.80, and Lorenzo has dialed in with an 8.99.
So there's two lights. Head start going to the rocket lane here. And not too much in the reaction times, only 7,000ths of a second, but I think Davies having some issues on the start line there. And Capogna, if he doesn't break out, no, he'll take the win. 940 with an 8, 114 mile an hour through the finish line to a 13.86 with a 578 mile an hour there for Mark Davies.
I don't know if Mark had a little bit of an issue with the gear change there on board the Jexer, but Lorenzo is through to the final.
Correct.
All right, we're into street bike now, and we've got Angela Hunt, who's dialed in with a 10.91, and Robert Gilb on board his Kawasaki ZZR, who's dialed in with a 1060.
Hunt from the Hawkesbury region, dialed in with a 1091. She will be chased by Robert Gilb on the Kawasaki, dialed in with a 1060. So near enough to one light on the Christmas tree.
Well, Robert Gilb has got the start line advantage, point at 039 on the tree. But can he be consistent enough? Yes, he can. A 1089 with a 2 on a 1060. Unfortunately, Angela Hunt, breakout, 10.90 with a 2 on a 10.91 dial-in. There's Tristan Anderson comes out now on that beautiful Royal Enfield, about to take on Stefan Stavala on the big night rod.
Stavala hasn't done a burnout there, Stu.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Okay, unless he's ridden around the water, feels that he doesn't need a burnout, but interesting.
Well, 13.99 dial in for Tristan, 10 flat for Stefan. Well, 0.344 on the tree for Tristan. 0.065 on the tree for Stefan. Stefan got the start line advantage. And No, he doesn't get the
Breaks
win.
out by 1/1000th of a second, Stu.
Wow.
He went 9.99 with a 9 on a 10 flat. Oh, you'd be spewing. He was there by 3/10 as well. He just had to get off the throttle that little tiny bit earlier and he would have seen the win light. He would be disappointed in that, I dare say. Anderson, pretty lucky he's going to move. Let's see. Well, I don't know if he'll be in the final. Depends on his points, but race control will work that out for us.
Yep.
Phil Gardner and Colin Northcott to do battle now. Gardner dialed in with an 11.92. He's away with a 1.70 reaction time. Colin Northcott left red light hanging on the tree. 0.84 red. Win points to Phil Gardner. Goes 12.04 with a 4 in his 11.92. 116 mile an hour.
Just going to be tight at the top for street bike. All right, looks like we've got the extreme bikes coming out, Steve. And that's their third round of the Chicago shootout.
Okay, first pairing we're going to see Brendan Miglianico for Rams Head Services take on Jeff Gradden. Gradden on the Hayabusa, running for Sigra Rolling Stock. Good list of sponsors on board for Miglianico. We've got Raceworks, CHE Precision Auto, Asva Racing, High Spool Industries, and D Sports Autocraft.
Brendan really getting on top of this bike as well. I was about to say an outlaw bike, extreme bike. But, Jeff Gradden, well, he had the start line advantage. But Brendan Miglianico, 7.39 and gets the win. And a 9.48 for Jeff Gradden. I dare say he'd be pretty happy with that. Even though he lost the race, I reckon he's done really, really well. Now we've got the red lights flashing.
Unless something came off one of those bikes, we're not sure, mate. I can't.
Yeah,
the riders have gone around the corner. Unless we've got some furry friends down there.
Sure, I'm just trying to have a look at our deep end camera from up here in the studio, and I can't see anything down there.
It's a timing block, is it?
Might be, yes.
That's track walker.
Yep.
I was going to say, because Brendan was very close to the centre line there. I'm wondering if he's the bike going past or whatever has blown the block.
Yep.
Okay, so Leonard as a party in the airflow lane, taking on Ben Newman. As a party away. Let's see what he can do. 693 with a 7, 210 miles an hour. Thank you very much. To a 918 with a 5 at 149.
Yeah, great pass there from Leonard. All right, Dion coming out now on board Quicksilver, as the bike is affectionately known. Well, Dion gets out with a 1.59 60 foot. Has already got the win and runs on through with a 10.05 with a 5 at 145 miles per hour as we're getting into super gas. And Joe Catanzariti coming out, the Pontiac Firebird, about to take on Greg South in the West End Performance and G-Force Holden Tirana.
Didn't these two race each other last time?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they did.
I'm pretty sure they did too.
So this is also a Chicago shootout round.
Oh, 000 on the tree from Greg South. And Joe Catanzariti gets the win, a 10.14. Just crap 000, mate. Still,
it's
still lost.
Oh well, he went 1080, didn't he? So it was a fair way away from the 990. But to do that on a pro tree,
that's impressive.
Pretty good job.
Yeah.
Good at guessing. You should be going by a lot of ticket on the way home.
Yeah, I reckon.
We've got Roy Romeo in the little hot rod this time around for Bursons at Narellan, taking on Vince Panetta in the Holden Tirana for straight line paint and panel. Let's see what we can do here, because Panetta's been running around the 990 most of the day, and Romeo's left the red light. We had 008 green and 008 red. Romeo handing the win points to Panetta, who went 10.30 with a 6, only 1:15 mile an hour through the finish line.
It's a shame for Roy Romeo, 9.92. All right, Anthony Panetta coming out now, the Calibra.
Also running for straight line paint and panel. Going on a solo run here, so we'll get the win points. But he will have to run somewhat close to his time, because it might come back to a count back. Oh, 000 reaction time. There's 2 this round on the pro tree. 154 to the 60 and a 954 with a 2. 158 mile an hour there for Anthony Panetta. Now moving into a top sportsman. And we've got Paul Partridge dialed in with a 781. Partridge taking on Jeffrey Sargent in the Chevy Camaro. Sargent dialed in with a 783. 039 for Sargent, 034 for Partridge. Nothing in this one at all. The cars locked together all the way down the racetrack. Partridge takes it 781 with a 9, 174. And Sargent there a 786 with a 2. Next up, we've got Thomas Leake with a solo.
All right, Thomas Leake is dialed in with a 752. Thomas Lee, 1.07 in the 60 for the Pontiac Grand Am, and goes 7.80 on a 752. Probably backed it off just a little bit.
We've got a solo run here, but I don't believe it's still part of competition.
This could be a license sometimes, maybe.
I reckon it's just a test pass, I think, because his details aren't coming up in the system anymore, which tell me that not part of competition.
Alright guys, a little bit of action on track. We've got Jess Turner in the nitrous-assisted Spitzer Dragster, about to have a run against Fiona Crisp in her rear-engine Dragster. Jess and Fiona doing their thing. And a 691 from Jess Turner and a 775 from Fiona Crisp. All right, looks like we've got our semi-finals that are coming up for a lot of our categories. You can see some of the modified dragsters being brought around. So I hope you're enjoying all the action here from Sydney Dragway for round 5 of the New South Wales State Championship Series, brought to you by the Speed Addict Clothing Company. And a lot of our great sponsors that are here at Sydney Dragway, of course, Pepper Money, VP Racing Fuels, Atlantic Oils, the Enviro Waste Services, El Jana up at Penrith, and the Bespoke Financial Advisory, just to name a few. Great to have all these great sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. And, of course, we can't forget Rocket Industries and Aeroflow Performance Products. All right, we've got NASA Marta down the bottom here in the A Civil Ford Capri, 598 cubes. A Chev Power on board for NASA. Wow, that was a little bit interesting there for Nasabata. Certainly got the Capri up and booging.
All right, Stu, I think this is it's one of the semis in Timmy Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator, and that is George Bukareshvili in the front engine dragster. He's accepted the green. He's going to roll back now, save on the maintenance, and he will be running either, I think, Alan White or one of the Adriana McCaskill, who's the next pair. They have to run to be in the final. George, lucky enough to get the solo.
Great looking front engine dragster that is too. That is beautiful. All right, the wily veteran up against the youngster, Adriana McCaskill. Can she knock off Alan White, Steve? That is the question. Alan's been on it all day on the reaction time.
Well, Adriana's been doing pretty good too. That's why they're both in the semi-final. It will be anybody's race. That rear engine dragster doing everything it should so far, as is White's car. McCaskill running for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skips Fire Services, all backing the 598 cubed undercover dragster, which means it's got some form of suspension, probably a 4-link in it, where Whitey's T-Bucket, supported by Arnox Enterprises. 852 the dial in for the altered, 709 the dial in for the dragster. McCaskill into pre-stage. White now into pre-stage. No one seems to be in any particular hurry here, just settling the nerves. Okay, no messing about, straight into full stage. White away with an 010, McCaskill away with a 063. The car lifting the front end just a little bit off the start line. Here comes the dragster, and the winner is Adriana McCaskill. Wow. She takes it 709 with a 2 thousandths of a second above the dial-in. Alan White, a 859 on an 852. Not too far away from his dial-in either. Just McCaskill just drove around him right at the deep end.
Wowee. What a race.
All right, Street Fighter now. We have Wayne Smith taking on Glenn Garlick. Garlick in the Commodore. Wayne Smith also in the HSV. He's in the HSV Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 1345. It doesn't matter. He's thrown the red light up on the tree, leaving Glenn Garlick to take the win. He's going to move into the final, I believe.
Yep. Well, Steve, we've got a battle of David and Goliath now. We've got Nicholas Bennett in the Mudgee Carpet Court Gemini, about to take on Don Zammit in the VT Commodore. Now, Don's very quick on the lights, and no doubt that Nicholas knows this, but Nicholas has just got to run his own race. Not worry about Don, just get out there and do his thing.
Exactly right. 1326 the dial-in for the Gemini. 13 flat the dial-in for Zammit in the wagon. And a 224 on the tree for the Gemini. 039 for Zammit in the wagon. Zammit with a fair advantage on the start line, but he has to get around that Gemini first at the other end. Zammit already touching the brakes at 1,000. He'll take it 13.18 with a 0.95 mile an hour. He's going to move into the final.
Yeah, good effort from Nicholas Bennett, though, in the Gemini to make it into the semis. All right, we're into Super Sedan now. And we have got Sean Marr, who's about to take on Jim Denaro. So I say this will be the semi, and then whoever wins this race is got to verse Zammit in the Commodore.
Yes, that is correct. So this should be a good race. Sean Marr versus Jim Denaro. Marr dialed in with a 9.20. Denaro in the rocket lane 9.44. So only he'll be chased by 0.24 of a second. Both very cagey races, these two. Super consistent. Good on the lights. Denaro with a 0.03.
Oh, wow.
Marr with an 0.36. Denaro has the advantage. Can he convert that to a win? The car's locked together at 1,000. He does. Goes 9.44 with a 7 on a 9.44 with a 0.03 light. That's a 10,000ths of a second package there for Denaro. That would have been tough to beat, I think, with anyone in the other lane. But he's going to do battle now with Joe Zammit the next time we see these two cars. And it looks like Zammit's just going to go up and accept the tree, and he'll be ready for the final against Jim Denaro.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was only 0.03 of a second that Sean Marr was near his dial-in too. So 9.20 with a 3 on a 9.20 dial-in. All right, Joe Zammit, as Steve said, just accepting the green. Keep the car nice and cool. And I'm sure that we will get these Super Sedans turn around pretty quick.
All right, next category out will be Super Street. And we have Chris Greach doing battle with Jim Raptus. Greach in the VZ Ute. Raptus in the Holden Tirana. The Ute dialed in with a 10 flat. The Tirana dialed in with a 10.71. They have to do battle. There's going to be nearly 3 lights or 2.5 lights of head start going to the rocket lane. Reasonable burnouts from both competitors.
Jim Raptor's car certainly moves around a lot in the 60. So Chris Creech, you want to make sure he gets a really good, strong reaction time, because he's got a fair bit of a chase on his hands there.
Yes, it looks like Adam Bowers is the car that they will be running against in the final, the winner of this race. Raptors away with a 1.38, but an 0.30 on the tree for Greach. The Ute with around about a 10th up its sleeve. And the Ute shows the win at the finish line, 10.17 with an 8 on a 10 flat dial in. Chris Greach is going to move into the final to take on Adam Bowers at 10.81 with a 2 at on a 10.71 there for Jim Raptis in the Tirana.
That was a good race between two of them. That was up for grabs, that race too. Adam Bowers out now in the Commodore.
Running for High Performance World and Forza Performance. Came into racing today, our 21st qualifier. Electing to run it out the back door. Test the dial in, 12.23 is he looking for, 12.22 with a 5. So 5,000 is too quick. He now knows that he needs to either adjust it or he might have to back off ever so slightly.
Yep. We're about to get into the final now, Boosted Outlaws. And it is John Willard about to come out in the Anglia. Has run a best today of a 667 at 198 miles an hour. Running for Atlantic Oils, Craig's Automatic, Concept Payments and Torque Calibration Services. A nice short, sharp burnout there from John Willard to warm those rear tyres up. I want to say big congratulations to everybody from the Boosted Outlaws who came out today to compete. Anthony Bull and, of course, Peter Lovering in the Sony Pro Alcohol car. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to get these cars on track with the amount of preparation that needs to be done with them. But it's great to see them out here supporting the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series.
All right, let's see what Willard can do this time around. Focus completely on what he's doing. He's got the solo run here.
You might just accept the green, Steve.
He might do, but he might also run it out the back door. He might be one of these racers that wants to, found a little bit of a problem or a place to improve and wants to run a good time. See what it can do. It's been going okay today.
It tends to get the wiggle around at the end of the track, so...
It does, but that's what anglers do,
No,
unfortunately.
true.
For him, that's what anglers do. So leads the line nicely, goes 1:05 to the 60, across the centre line at half track, takes out the 2 half track timing markers and the finish line.
Yeah. 1.05 in the 60 for John Willard. But yeah, that was a pretty wild ride for the little Anglia. So guys, just while we've got this a little bit of a clean-up on track, we might throw up to the big screen and get a few words from some of our sponsors. And we'll be back very, very soon with the finals. You're here at round 5 of the New South Wales State Champs.
Introducing the brand new aeroflowperformance.com. Featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief,
Loader, street race,
designed to standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning. The race started with a few hundred parts and it's progressed.
Well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for round 5 of the New South Wales State Championship Series, brought to you by Speed Addict Clothing Company. And we are into the final of the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. And we've got Max Perry from North Narrabeen in the top form concrete dragster, who's dialed in with an 8.28. And he's up against Charlotte Lifting from Old Bar in the Speedflow Products dragster, dialing in with an 8.14. As we walk Bushy back for this all-important final.
Yes, it's going to be a good race, Stu. I think Lifting has been running very well all day today. I think Perry, a very good racer, but I think Lifting's on a bit of a tear today. Touch wood, I haven't just jinxed her, but I'm pretty sure it'll be a good race anyway. 8.28 the dial in for Perry. He will be chased by Charlotte Lifting. Lifting in the rocket lane. All right, the racers finished with their pre-race prep. They've just got to move up to the start line. Pre-stage on for both races. So we will see the Aeroflow lane move first. 131 on the tree door, 143. Absolutely nothing in it, about 100th of a second. Perry out in front, and Perry gets there first, but breaks out, runs at 813 with a 7 on 828 dial in, handing the win back to Lifting. Lifting's going to take the W points.
Wow. Oh.
825 with a 7 on 814. So both cars, Lifting running a little bit slower than the dial in, but Perry running a lot quicker.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on that final. Two very, very good junior dragster races, and a big thank you to the Western Weekender for their support of junior dragster racing here in New South Wales. All right, we're going to get into Street Fighter, Steve. And it's a battle of the Holdens. Don Zammit, who's coming out, about to take on Glenn Garlick in his Commodore. 13-second flat, heads up. Winner takes all.
Correct. So it should be a good little race between these two races. They've been doing pretty well all day long, clearly, because they're now in the final. Ready for the trophies. All right, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, about 10 to 15 minutes after the last car or bike runs down the racetrack, Stewie and I would like to get the presentations underway in the scrutineering shed. So if you're sitting out in the staging lanes or just run the Junior Dragster final, don't forget 10 to 15 minutes after the last car runs down the racetrack, we want to try and get the trophy presentation underway so that we can all get home safe. I know some of you have travelled quite a distance. You've got to get the car and the trailer and pack all your equipment up and then get home safely. Or if you are staying locally, I hope you've booked at our hotel up the road, the Atura Hotel. Of course, show them support for the link to the racetrack. There's actually a link on our website, I believe, for booking a room through them. You receive a discount. Anyway, as I said, 10 to 15 minutes after the last car down the racetrack, we'd like to get the trophy presentations underway in the scrutineering shed. So we're just waiting for the fire-up signal for Don Zammit and Glenn Garlick.
All right, so we just got a little bit of a powwow going on the start line.
Or we're waiting for the pick to pack up the safety equipment at the gate, the end of the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep. It's been a very good day of racing here at the track. Well, I can hear engines running, Steve. All right, Glenn Garlick coming out now, the VT Commodore. Not mucking around, getting into the burnout area. And Don Zammit in the sports wagon. Could we see a Zammit win in Street Fighter and a Zammit win in Super Sedan?
Highly probable. We're going to see at least 2 Zammits in the trophy presentation, aren't we?
Here we are.
It just depends on what colour trophy they take home.
I wouldn't put it past them. But this is going to be a great race, guys. 2 really good races. 13 seconds flat that they both dialed in at. Heads up. Street Fighter action here at Sydney Dragway. Pressure.
Yeah, Zammit just hanging back on the stage. He's in there now. And away with an 081 to a 163. 0.08 of a second up his sleeve for Zammit. The blue Commodore wagon out in front. Just tapping the brakes at the finish line, 13.21 with a 690.14 mile an hour. Sees the at least one winner trophy going in a Zammit cabinet tonight. Congratulations to Don for taking the winning trophy home. Glenn Garlick, congratulations for making the final. You're taking home the runner-up. We're now moving into the street bike final, and this will be run between Tristan Anderson and Robert Gilb. Gilb dial in with a 1060. He's in the Rocket Lane on the Kawasaki. Anderson on the Royal Enfield. The 600 twin. 1390, 1399. The dial in for the Enfield in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, it's good to see a couple of new names.
Yes.
Into the final, which is
very
great
much so.
for the class.
Oh, Anderson with a 4.47 reaction time to an 0.58 for Gilb. Gilb with a fair advantage here.
Although Gilb brought that front wheel up, wasn't tidy. But he still gets the win. Unfortunately, a breakout for Tristan Anderson on the Royal Enfield. A 1390 on a 1399 dialed in. So Robert Gilb gets the win, 1122 on a 1060 dial in.
Yeah, Anderson got there first, but went too quick, Stu.
Yeah. All right, modified bike, and it is a battle of the V-Rods. Lorenzo Capodnia dialing in with a 9.02. Peter Strudwick on board the V-Rod with a 9.44.
Strudwick in the Rocket Lane, Capogna in the Aeroflow lane. Capogna running for Powerhouse Motorcycles. Pair of clean greens, 004 on the tree for Capogna, 023 on the tree for Strudwick. Capogna moving to the centre line, way over on the right-hand end of his lane. He got there first, but breaks out 901 with a 0 on a 902 dial-in. Handing the win back to Pete Strudwick, who went 951 with a 9 on his 944.
Well, we're into the final of Extreme Bike. And we've got Leonard as a party. About to take on Brendan Miglianico, the Rams Head Services bike. Now, effectively, Brendan will need to run a 6 if possible.
We saw Leonard into the 680s on the last pass. Goes 1, 2, 3 to the 60. As a party out in front, 717, 210 mile an hour through the finish line to a 766 with an 8 at 189 there for Miglianico. As a party taking home the winner's trophy in Extreme Bike.
All right, the final of Super Street. We've got Adam Bowers in the high performance world, Commodore, about to take on Chris Creech in the Profection Automotive VZU. Chris has dialed in with a 10 flat. Adam Bowers has dialed in with a 1221.
Oh, Bowers has rolled the beam, Stu.
Oh.
He'll be so disappointed. He went into full stage, I think, went to bring the RPM up on the foot brake, I'm guessing, and yep, just rolled the beams. 10-2-5 with a 0 on a 10 flat for Chris Creech. He's going to take the W. Unfortunately for Bowers, he'll have to settle for the runners-up spot.
All right, Super Sedan. Holden versus Ford. The Commodore up against the Cortina. Just waiting for that car to make its way around the corner. And Joe Zammit, the Zammit and Borg Racing VL Commodore, dialing in with a 10.09. And Jim Denaro into another final in his trusty Cortina, has dialed in with a 9.44.
Cortina will have to wait a little over 0.6 of a second. Denaro just hanging back a little bit. In there now, the tree counts down. Zammit to lead first. 0.31 to a 1.19. Denaro with a lot of work to do. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that Cortina around the VL at the finish line. Zammit was in front at 1,000. And he takes the win, 10-1-4 with a 5 on a 10.09 dial-in. Yeah. Denaro breaks out, trying to get in front, but didn't get there.
All right, we're into the final of Super Gas. We've got Vince Panetta up against Joe Contansariti. Waiting for Zammit to make his way around the corner. Now we've got a track walker out. Quite sure what is happening down around half track.
Contansariti in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Vince Panetta in the Holden Tirana. These two have raced each other plenty of times in the past. Not sure what the win-loss count would be. Probably somewhat even, I'd say. course, 990 is their fixed index. Oh, Panetta's dropped into deep stage, which of course is not allowed under Supergas laws, or rules I should say. So handing the win to Catanzariti. 067 on the tree, runs 989 with a 2. But Catanzariti will take the win here. Round number 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company's New South Wales Track Championship Series. He's going to take the W points.
And I believe, Steve, that this will be our final pair.
We had modified. Modified hasn't come out yet for their final. I think that will be the last one.
Yep. This top sportsman.
Yep, Paul Partridge in the Aeroflow lane in the green Mustang, taking on Thomas Leake in the purple Pontiac Grand Am. 100th of a second difference in the dial in. Partridge will do the chasing, 779 to a 780. Partridge running for BK Racing Engines and Coating King. Leak in the Rocket Lane running for Bradbury Smash and Pegs Auto Trim.
All right, Thomas Leake, can he knock off Paul Partridge?
Both races into full stage. Again, don't know what's happening with Leak there, but looks like he rolled the beams as well.
Yeah.
And a 779 there for Partridge was the dial in. Runs through for a 782 with an 8. 174.
So Paul Partridge gets the win in Top Sportsman. And we're getting into modified. Brought to you by Timmick Hot Rod Supplies.
Alright, and the Timmick Hot Rod Supplies Modified Eliminator Final will be run between George Bukareshvili in that front engine dragster for Race Max Direct, Advanced Product Design, and Brian Tui Racing, as well as Motorsport Connections. He's dialed in with a 785. Adriana McCaskill dialed in with a 709. McCaskill running for Pro Street Towing and Transport, ETS Race Fuels, Race Comp Motorsports, and Skips Fire Service.
Not much between them on the start line. Is this Adriana's first final?
No, I think she's taken a couple of trophies home with this car. She hasn't done that many race meetings with it, but almost seems almost instant success with it. Yep. So, all right, here we go. Bukareshvili away with an 0-2-3 light. 031 on the tree for McCaskill, only 8 thousandths in it. And your winner will be Adriana McCaskill, runs 710 with an 8 on a 709. Bukareshvili got there first but went too fast, 784 with a 1 on a 785, so breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second to give the win back to Adriana McCaskill.
All right, Robert Velastro coming out now, the Brinks Performance VL Commodore, which I dare say this is probably for licensing. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, about 10-15 minutes after this car goes down the drag strip, we are having our trophy presentations in the scrutineering shed. So please make your way there about 10-15 minutes after about now. And Robert goes on through with an 8.55 with a 3. Well, that is it in terms of the track action for our round 5 of the Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Championship Series here at Sydney Dragway. What a day of racing, Steve.
Yes, Stu, it's been pretty action-packed, and we've seen some pretty good runs, lots of good reaction times, good runs on dial-ins, and hopefully some PBs along the way. Stu and I look forward to congratulating the winners and runners-up in the scrutineering shed in a few minutes' time. It's been fantastic to be here on behalf of all our sponsors, of course, Speed Addict Clothing Company, for their support of the New South Wales Track Championship Series. Keep your eyes on the track's website, Stu, of course, sydneydragway.com.au. Like us on Facebook as well, and we hope to see you out here at the next event here at Sydney Dragway, which of course is the Aeroflow Race for Real 4-wheel drive night next Wednesday night.
Yeah, it certainly will be.
All right, so on behalf of Stuart White and myself, Steve Bush, I'd like to wish everybody a safe night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and hope to see you again soon. Thank you.